Hello and welcome to the European Tour Betcast, live from day 2 of the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. And our first grouping have just made their way onto the first tee.
Fairway.
Tyrrell Hatton will have the honour, playing alongside Podrick Harrington and Victor Hovland.
Around it, Jones, around it.
None of this trio really fired in the first round.
This is game number 12. The Rolex Series winner at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship and at the BMW PGA Championship. He's the defending champion from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
There you can see the scores. Tyrrell Hatton 2 over par after the opening round. What does he need today, Warren? Warren Humphrey sat next to me in the box to get himself back into this tournament.
Well, he obviously needs a good round. He needs to break 70 and he needs to start well. Tough front 9 here. Utility club, bunker down the right to avoid. Oh, just carried it.
Just the one birdie for the defending champion Hatton in his opening round. That came on the 11th, also a double bogey on 7 and bogey on 8.
Victor Hovland.
Well, here are the updated odds to win this week at the top of your screen. Tyrrell Hatton 200 to 1 now, Victor Hovland 35 to 1. Harrington 750 to 1. So a bogey on the opening hole for Hovland yesterday. Can he get off to a better start today?
Very powerful young man. Needs to find fairways, and he has done on the opening hole.
Very much looking forward to seeing the young Norwegian in action today.
Ryder Cup captain Podrick Harrington.
Who's going to win this group today over these 18 holes? Hovland is the favourite at evens. Tyrrell Hatton 7 to 5. Podrick Harrington 4 to 1. Reasonably generous in a 3-horse race, that, especially given he tied with Hovland with the best round in this 3 with a 72 yesterday.
Yeah, with the skipper, a lot of pressure on him this week as to who's going to be in the Ryder Cup side, but he did finish 4th in the US PGA Championship. The PGA Championship over here, BMW PGA. Can he do a double?
Well, he's shown smatterings of good form, hasn't he, over the last few months or so. Difficult when you are the captain, and right now as it stands, Christian Besaiden out, the 7 to 2 favourite to win the BMW PGA Championship. That's to be expected after a stunning 64 to open up. Of course, he's tied for the lead right now alongside Kiradek, Appy Barnrat, Adam Scott 11 to 2, Justin Rose 12 to 1. They were part of our European Tour Betcast coverage yesterday. Appy Barnrat also 12 to 1. Warren, you were very impressed by what we saw, especially from Adam Scott yesterday, weren't you?
Well, he looked so good straight out of the gun. His swing looked to be very fluid, had good command around the greens as well. If he carries that form on for the rest of the week, he's going to be tough to beat.
I sat in the room for an hour and then I went downstairs.
Podrick Harrington, as you say, Warren, plenty going on in his mind this week. Not only his golf, but who is he going to pick for the European Ryder Cup team? So many wonderful memories from Ryder Cups gone by. That man in the front of your picture, Victor Hovland, he will certainly be there at Whistling Straits.
Not an easy day for him, actually, is it? Out there playing with the skipper, almost. Why is he keeping an eye on me? I'm in the side, really. But yeah, there'll be a lot going through Harrington's mind. He said it's not all about me this week, but I think he'll put that aside. He's going to worry about his own game, and he'll already have in mind and had a chat with the vice captains. They'll know who they kind of want to be in the side, and if there are a few changes, they'll adapt fairly quickly.
And first and foremost, there is a massive tournament here at Wentworth to take care of. It's a Rolex Series event, the BMW PGA Championship. That means 8,000 Race to Dubai points on offer, big world ranking points as well. I mean, this is huge at the top of the Race to Dubai, as well as those looking to get into the top 60 and book their ticket to the DP World Tour Championship, and those just simply trying to retain their playing status for next season.
Try and get it between the bunkers.
Well, and Podrick is in the field this week. He's not going to be able to see as much of the golf that's going on, concentrating on his own game. Were you surprised to see him in the lineup, or perhaps take a week off and watch what's happening?
No, because I think he'll have been watching throughout the year. He knows exactly how these guys are playing. He'll have the stats on all the players. He'll know their form inside out, what ball they like to play with, their clubs. He'll know more about them than they'll know about themselves. So he'll only decide at the end of the week.
And there's Tommy Fleetwood, another man guaranteed to be at Whistling Straits. He's got his automatic spot locked up already, and he's part of our second group here on the European Tour Betcast, playing alongside Lee Westwood and Shane Lowry. And an interesting dynamic here, Lowry and Westwood, two of the guys in the automatic spots at the moment, but not quite guaranteed. Plenty of permutations for what could happen. But what's going to happen here with Tyrrell Hatton? 2-1 on to make the par, 13-8 bogey or worse, 18-1 for the birdie. Not too bad of a lie, Warren.
Well, it's not too bad, except the rough is much thicker this year than last. 194 to go. There's moisture out there, rain overnight. The rough is juicy. This has got to be hit with some sort of strength and power. And you're going to get a lot of... Oh, my goodness me. Well, we saw a lot of this yesterday, a few guys knocking in the trees, but George, the guy who throws the ball out, he was working overtime.
They're almost acting like those little rails you get at bowling alleys, aren't they, the trees this week?
It's amazing. Now, this is awkward. Ball below the stance. Promoting a cut.
Well, Harrington was 10-1 for birdie before making that swing, and that's going to have lengthened 3-1 for the bogey or worse, and that certainly looks more likely than the birdie from there. He does have plenty of green to work with, though.
Fantastic crowds out here, really good to see.
5-1 birdie or better for Hovland from here. He's got a great view of the flagstick,
and on the fairway, what a difference that makes.
I think that's worth a dabble.
It's a good, strong hit. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Easy to see why he's already in the side for Whistling Straits. A couple of wins this year, both sides of the pond.
It's been a fantastic rise for him, only turned professional in 2019. Feels like quite a long time ago now, 2019, with everything that's happened, but in golfing terms it really isn't. And he's just made an incredible start to his professional career. Coming in with a bit of form this week as well, did finish tied 4th in actual 72-hole scoring at the PGA Tour Championship last week. 7 top 6s this season. A winner in his last start on European soil at the BMW International Open in Germany as well.
Yeah, he'd like to make it a double, wouldn't it? BMW International, BMW PGA.
It's got a delightful symmetry to it, that.
Yes.
Lowry, Fleetwood and Westwood, game 13. The second of our featured groups here on the European Tour Betcast, live from the BMW PGA Championship. Solid stuff to start for them in the opening round. Lowry and Westwood with 70s. Fleetwood with a 71. And the crowds are out early here. It's 8:42 local time. 25,000 expected in here every day at Wentworth.
You know, hot.
And it's been an absolutely fantastic atmosphere. The celebrity pro-am on Wednesday, there was a real buzz about the place. And there is your defending champion. That 2020 victory was in October last year. And he had the hoodie on for it, Warren, which caused a little bit of controversy and chat on social media.
Yeah, I see he was tweeting about that this week too, saying he thought the game was a little bit too stuffy, and if you want to encourage people to play, then don't worry too much about sartorial elegance.
Yeah, I spoke to him at length about this a couple of months ago, and he was surprised it almost caused such an issue. It's just a jumper, really. So Tyrrell Hatton 6-5 to make the par from here. Well, 13-8 on for bogey or worse.
He certainly looked unhappy coming up to the green. Didn't have his game face on. Don't break it. It's very early on in the round, Tyrrell. It's only the first hole. Can get very frustrated with his own game. It's not a man that looks to be excited about his form at the moment. Got to come into the tournament with a really good frame of mind. You can see he's already arguing with himself.
I think one of the things that's helped him elevate his game to the next level over the last 2 or 3 years is, you know, you're never going to take that far away from him, but it's the ability to move on and resettle himself before the next shot. He's been doing that better.
Normally an excellent short game, Harrington. And that's not one of his best, and maybe because he's focused on the Ryder Cup, hasn't done too much practice himself of late, so comes into the tournament a little bit rusty. That was very rusty by his standards.
Stunning view back down the first hole to the first tee with that iconic clubhouse in the background. Shane Lowry is 20-1 to win this week. Tommy Fleetwood and Lee Westwood 55-1 as things stand. Will be Shane Lowry with the honour. He's got a really good record here.
Number 13 on the tee from Ireland, Shane Lowry.
The Irishman hasn't won at Wentworth, but he does have a 2nd to 4th, a couple of 6th place finishes, 4 more top 15s as well in 11 appearances at the BMW PGA Championship. Started the week's 2nd favourite.
Seems the club of choice these days. 3 were off the tee for Lowry. Positional play up on the top of the hill.
On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
And who's going to win this group today? Shane Lowry is the favourite, 13-10, hitting the fairway won't have done him any harm there at all either. Tommy Fleetwood 7-4, Lee Westwood 11-5. Who'd you fancy in this 3-ball, Warren?
I've got a fancy that it could be this man here.
Ah!
Can I change my mind?
It's only one shot, Warren, it's fine.
Yeah,
Oh, have the trees kicked it out, though?
That's a long way back. That's the early trees.
England, Lee Westwood.
I'm going with the favourite in this group, Shane Lowry. I've read out what a fantastic record he has here. Fresh off of becoming a father again. He spoke briefly about the nappy factor yesterday. It can really, added perspective, re-energise your game, help you kick on.
Has he got a hoodie on?
Very well spotted, I think it is.
We're going to do a walk-off.
He's getting down with the young guns, isn't he? And there's into that much thicker rough that we've seen on the edges of the fairways this week. Grown it in specifically because the course has been a bit dry and running prior to the tournament starting, so they wanted to make it a slightly tougher test. Rough is up.
Right, it's 3-1 on that this doesn't go in for par for Hatton. I think for his mindset, it would be very handy if it did, of course. Harrington has already missed his par putt. And like him, Hatton will open with a bogey here in the second round. That drops Tyrrell Hatton back to 3 over par for the tournament.
So 1 under par was inside the cut overnight, so you'd normally double that, so you would say that the cut might fall at 2 under, might go up half a shot, but you'd think he's got to be under par to have any sort of chance to be here for the weekend. A lot depends on what happens with the weather throughout the afternoon, but he'll know in his own mind he needs an under par total, so that early bogey's made it tough for him.
Hovland was 5-1 to make the birdie before hitting his second shot. 11-10 on now to make this putt, which is for birdie. Fancied his chances before the second shot. There's no way I'm changing my mind now as he lines this one up, Warren.
Well, if you get off to a good start here at Wentworth over the first 3, if you are under par, then you can expect a player to put in a really good performance, a really good low score. These tough opening holes really, in a way, decide how a player's going to play. So if this goes in for 3, it's a huge boost.
Just on the low side. It will be a par for Victor Hovland.
Yeah, 31 putts in his round yesterday, not really firing with the putter. Sometimes it doesn't work one day, so you hope you come out the next and you hold everything in sight.
Well, his putts per round does significantly improve from the first to the second round this season, so whether that's just learning about the greens, getting to grip with the speed, how much they're breaking, he is a better putter normally in the second round than the first.
Does that mean you leave him out of the first day's matches?
Play him in the afternoon?
Well, 2 bogeys and a par in the opening hole for the first feature group. You know, he can see with the expression, you know, you start making bogeys on the opening hole, it's Wentworth becomes a tough test. Got to fight to claw your way back.
Yeah, long way back. The camera zooms towards Tommy Fleetwood over on the left-hand side. Well, it's done all right for him by the looks of it. 306 yards, must have gone straight through that tree.
Because even if it's left, it doesn't do the whole way. Correct.
206 yards left for Lowry from the top of that hill.
Straight down, yeah? We'll go down the hair to the left.
Yeah, 205 should be a nice easy 5-iron. Be a very big 6 because flag on that back section, so he can just drift this in a little left to right. Always very fluid swing, and that's a cracker. Just what the doctor ordered.
super shot from the 2019 Open champion at Royal Portrush. And the Open will be going back there in 2025, it was announced this week.
Yeah, it'll be huge crowds there again. Every time you go to play in Ireland, there's such massive support. They'll be thrilled about that announcement. Now, this is not the best place to be.
We've seen players struggle from this right-hand rough to get their par, so 19 to 10 for bogey or worse.
Yeah, wet, thick, rough, hard to get the ball out of there and up to the green. Elevated green here on the first hole.
Completely wrong angle for that pin as well in the back right.
It's pretty good muscling, but he's a long way back. Helen on the bag for Lee. That'll be a calming influence.
Second hole nearest the pin. 9 to 5 Hatton, 7 to 5 Victor Hovland. I'm going with Hatton here. He's an excellent iron player. He's just not feeling it, is he? Well, you can see a ball already on the green there.
I hate the fact that I've literally worked hard.
Well, that's a mistake, isn't it? Hacking out and not finding the short stuff.
Yeah, that's a bit bizarre. He obviously had no shot, even though he was only less than 180 yards to go. So not the start that Fleetwood wanted. This is where we start talking about, well, there's lots of great rounds that start with a bogey. Amazing number of rounds that start with a 5 that go on and they shoot really low numbers, but it's hard to do that round here, let me tell you.
And a double bogey is definitely not the way to start. And do you know what? That's in play for Tommy Fleetwood right now, unfortunately. Podrick Harrington actually started and finished his round with a double bogey yesterday. He did shoot level par, though, the Ryder Cup captain, so it is salvageable, but from where Tommy Fleetwood is starting 1 under par, he'll have his eyes on something a lot lower to get himself back into this tournament. He already has a couple of Rolex Series victories on his CV, 5 European Tour wins in total. 17th in the race to Dubai as well, so looking for a big week to force his way into the top 10.
Well, it's his 10th appearance in this championship for Fleetwood. In the 9 times that he's played this first hole. In the second round, he's made 2 bogeys, 1 birdie, all the rest pars. So he's never had a double bogey on this opening hole on day 2. 161 to go. So that's again, it's almost in between clubs. Big 9, little 8.
10 to 1 that he does get up and down from here for the par. It would be some up and down.
Yeah, it's not really a flying lie. It's sitting down in the grass a little bit too much, and we know because you've got water on the, or in the rough, you get that trap between the club face and the ball, and with grass, it just takes all.
It's 46, 50.
Yeah, I agree.
Good. Literally just left of the pin. Yeah.
Takes all the sting out of it, so aiming just left of the pin because the ball's below his stance. Got to get a little bit steeper on this one, sharp at it. Pick the club up, drop it on the back of the ball. Oh, you can see how he tried to drive through there. And well, he'll take it. It's not great, but he'll take it. 2 putts from there for a bogey. Limit the damage.
Hatton's ball did find its way back into that deep greenside bunker on the par 3 second. Gets up and down from the sand 58.73% of the time this season, and that's why. That's a very good percentage in that statistic, has him ranked 19th. So we fancied Lee Westwood would make a bogey from that right-hand rough, a popular spot off of the first tee, in a position where I've seen a few drop shots over the first couple of days. This is his third.
It's his 28th appearance in this championship. You think he doesn't know Wentworth? And of course, played many a times in the world match play around this course. It's almost like a home course to him.
Well, when you've been on tour for as long as Lee Westwood, I think most courses are like home courses to him. There aren't too many that he doesn't know well, certainly of the regular tour stops.
I like the way he was putting his divot back as we see Harrington. Birdie putt here on 2. Yeah, that's perfect pace putt. If you miss and you go that far past, you know it's good pace. Yesterday Green's running a 12.3 on the stimp meter. There'll be about that again today. So they're quick if you are above the hole, a little bit slower if you're coming uphill.
30 to 1 for Tommy Fleetwood to make this putt. It's a bit of a monster. You know it's slow from the front of that green up to the back as well. Especially with the moisture that's on the greens. Scorchingly hot here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Of course, we're starting to firm up, and then a little bit of moisture came in Wednesday night. The odd rain shower Thursday morning as well. Today it's a damp start again, and there is rain in the forecast.
66 to 1 on that he misses it. In a way, it's actually quite generous, that. You know, what's the chance of him holing this? I would have thought it's more than that. I might actually have had a little flutter on that, even though it's 66 to 1 on.
Yeah, if you're feeling brave and you've got the money to invest, it looks like a pretty safe bet. That's a very nice approach putt from Fleetwood. Hovland couldn't convert the birdie on the first after a fine approach shot. Another good one here on the second, slightly longer. But that one does go in.
Well, that's golf, isn't it? The makeable putt that he had on the first misses. That one in. That'll do him a world of good. Now Lowry.
10 to 1 to hole it. He's not had his best season with the putter.
Yes, I think you'd call him streaky. Go on, go on. Oh.
Nice stress-free tap in for par for the Irishman. Two under right now is a tie for 25th, but it's a pretty compact leaderboard. Pick up a couple of shots and you're suddenly inside the top 10. 11 to 4 that he makes it. 4 to 1 on that he misses. What's your gut feeling, Warren?
Well, we know Lee again has been one of those players can fluctuate with the putt. He did putt very well early on PGA Tour in America, the Players Championship at Bay Hill. He putted well. Oh, that just never came out of the blade, so I think that was a missed strike rather than anything else.
Interestingly, if you believe the statistics, this year Lee Westwood is the best putter of this 3-ball, which you might not necessarily expect.
Well, a certain symmetry in the two feature groups we're covering. There are going to be 2 bogeys in this group and 1 par. I've given Fleetwood that one. No odds for that one going in.
No, I think that one was a pretty safe bet. Yeah, not the ideal start for Tommy Fleetwood, but after that tee shot, it could have been worse. So a slight relief to get out of it with just the bogey.
There you can see the fault, well, the front of the green there, massive slope if you come up short, but with the pin at the back, they don't think you'll see too many people coming up short on this par 3. It's not a long hole, just 154 today, just a nice gentle 9-iron.
Yeah.
I predicted Lowry to win this group. He's winning already. Level par for the day, the other 2+1, so it's a good start. Well, we saw one of the shots of the day yesterday as well on this hole, Adam Scott nearly holing it. So inside 10.5 feet is 9-1. Over 10.5 feet, 14-1 on.
Well, he's played it 11 times in the second round, never made a bogey, has made 3 birdies. So 3 birdies.
It's a short par 3 as well by modern standards, and iron play has been his strength this year. 9-1, I think it's worth a flirt. It's generous for me.
Yeah, every chance from there, getting better and better and better.
I think we can say that's comfortably inside the 10.5 feet.
Now the other players will see that, they'll go, hold on, if I pitch it past the flag, it is going to take the spin, it is going to take the slope. So they know they can be a little bit more positive. What you can't do though is go long. If it then hops into the rough at the back, now you've got a very difficult chip coming back.
Same odds for Fleetwood. Lowry's just come in at 9-1 to get it inside 10.5 feet. Can Fleetwood follow suit? Love that little sawn-off follow-through.
3 birdies on this hole too for Fleetwood in the 9 times he's played it previously. 1 bogey.
It's a good tee shot into the heart of the green, but outside at 10.5 feet, you can get a slightly more generous 10-1 for Lee Westwood to knock it inside 10.5 feet.
Well, he's on a brace because he made 2 here yesterday. He can make 2 today. That would be excellent going.
I think he'll find the green, but I'm inclined to say it won't be inside 10.5 feet.
Let's go, Lee!
Just a club, half a club shy, right on line.
It's harder for us now than it used to be.
Christian Bezaida now opened with a 64, tied for the lead overnight. He's picked up a 2 on that second hole that we've just seen. He's up to 9 under par, and Laurie Cantor joins Kiradek Api Barnrat at 8 under. Fantastic start, 3 under par through the first 5 holes. Well, Warren, you've said if you can get through the first 3 sort of level par, that's a good start. 3 under through 5s, absolute cracker.
Explosive, I think you would say. That would be a phenomenal start.
Benjamin Haybert 4 under through 4. Started par, birdie, birdie, eagle, the Frenchman. Little gold stars next to a few players' names. Brandon Stone and Shane Lowry there. That denotes Rolex Series victories. You can just see a bit of the moisture on those pine needles there.
Going to need some muscle here. Hovland on the 3rd from the left rough. Doesn't like the look of that. Yeah. 3rd hole plays all the way uphill. Long par 4. Always has been one of the tougher holes on the course. 1 and 3 particularly hard start here. In between that short par 3 second. And this is where you definitely don't want to be. He's just hacking out here because the players are up on the green, so he knows he's got no chance of getting on the putting surface.
Shot.
He's just in danger of really playing himself out of this tournament early in the second round. The defending champion Tyrrell Hatton obviously didn't have the opener that he would have wanted yesterday, and he's not got off to the best of starts today, so important that he stays focused, stays calm. And there you go, confirmation. Lowry 5.5 feet, Fleetwood just under 20 feet, so outside that 10.5 foot margin. But we have seen a few birdies go in, denoted by the red dots.
It's an uphill putt, gently uphill, nothing too severe, but he can be a little bit more positive with it, breaking from his left. Maybe just trying to get the pace here. If it falls in, bonus. Yeah. Maybe that little bit of moisture just meaning that the ball's not turning quite as much. Faster the green, the more the ball will turn. Slower the green, the less break. That moisture just slowing the greens down a bit.
Of course, it's the same above or below the hole as well. The slower uphill putts break less, and that's significant around somewhere like Wentworth, where there are a few slopes on the green. You don't want to be above the hole too often. 11-2 on that he misses this, Tommy Fleetwood.
Just ball outside the left edge, I would think, maybe. Give it a belt. Oh, thank you. Well done, Tommy. Very nicely done. That's a good bounce back. Yeah, that'll give him a lift. Yeah, things are back on track.
Super tee shot for Patrick Harrington on this tough third.
Those eyes, they're so expressive, aren't they? Burn holes in asbestos, those.
That little expression on his face when he hits it, you could frame that, couldn't you, and put it in the Louvre. So unique to Patrick Harrington. We've seen it so many times over the years.
Did you say put it in the Louvre?
Louvre.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Or the loo. Nice bit of art in the loo at home. 10-3 on that he makes this. It is downhill, so a little bit trickier, but...
Yes, birded it the first day, birded it the second. Might be his favourite hole come the end of the week. Moves to 3 under. Excellent start, could easily have been birdie for Lowry. Need to pitch this one well up to the hole here, Hovland, on the back plateau. Got to be brave. Doesn't want too much spin. Oh, that's down the slope.
You're going to have to do that around Wentworth, aren't you? You're going to need to try and save a par or two from well out of position, from playing your third from some way back. We saw Adam Scott do it excellently yesterday on the way to his 7 under par. Turned a couple of potential bogeys and double bogeys into pars, and well, even that incredible pitch in for birdie as well. Let's a little look at how the race to Dubai rankings stand right now. In the bottom right is the Open champion Collin Morikawa at the top of them. With so many points on offer this week, that is subject to change. The winner here will go flying up that list.
Yeah, Hovland currently 10th. They want to move up, so when they play the final event, they've got a chance to get all those extra bonus euros.
So what's Shane Lowry going to do off of the tee? Where is it going to finish? In the fairway, but shorter than 290.5 yards, 21 to 10. Rough, 6 to 4, bunker 9 to 1.
Over 290 on the fairway. stay on the fairway. I think that'll be over 290.
Yeah, it's on the fairway, and I think we can be reasonably confident it's over 290 with driver in hand. It looked well hit. And the Irishman does average just a shade under 300 yards off the tee.
3 wood for Fleetwood, so he's not going to be over that 290 mark. Playing uphill,
And
atmosphere a bit heavy.
looking to take that left-hand bunker out of play as well, so...
And that's thick. That rough is thick there.
Driver for Westwood. Well, 285.5 yards is the distance that's important, whether he hits or misses the fairway. He is slightly shorter off of the tee, so I think that's what's been taken into account there. Rough is the favourite, but I'm going fairway over 285.5 yards at 19 to 10 for Westwood.
But he can aim at the left-hand bunker and cut it round the second load of bunkers, so aim it left, slide it past the bunkers on the right. Looking left though, didn't slide it past the bunkers. In the right-hand rough.
It's going to be very tricky from there. Didn't quite see where it finished for Lee Westwood. It took a real sort of shooty bounce.
I think I'm in the right rough. It'll be okay. He's not in the trees.
Yeah, normally you see the spectators scurrying to stand around it, but
it's wet out there. Don't want to get the shoes and socks wet. Hovland for the 4 up the plateau, left to right braking.
just noticed that one of his arms on his polo shirt is a totally different colour to the rest of it. That's a bit of a strange look. I've already mentioned symmetry today. I'm a big fan of symmetry. I find it weird. Oh, that's a bit of a bash for Harrington.
Boldness be my friend. Don't think he's enamoured with that.
Historically such a good putter, Podrick Harrington, when he was in his pomp winning those 3 majors. But it is an area of his game that has dropped off in recent years. Right, come on, Tyrrell Hatton. He looked frustrated with the bogey on the first. Made his par on the second. This is par on the third. And he's still not finished.
Famous words, I'll finish. As long as it's not followed with I'll finish.
Yeah, well, at least he, he marked it. He has taken his time a little bit. He hasn't just walked up in anger, and it's those ones where you don't mark it, you don't line it up, you don't reset yourself. You go, oh, I'll just tap this in a little bit of frustration, and it misses, but it is safely in, albeit for a bogey for Tyrrell Hatton. And well, he's now given himself a lot of work to do if he's to be here for the weekend. As you said, Warren, looking like the cut. Potentially 1 under, 2 under based on the first day's scoring.
Yeah, I think it would have to drop out a lot, or the weather would have to get bad to go to even par. I mean, it has done that before, but it's usually here the cut 1 under level. Occasionally it's been 1 over. But it's more been 1 over when they've played early on in the season in May, and when the weather's been a bit inclement. Course not quite been up to scratch because of maybe a poor spring weather conditions. But you can't say that this year. Course is in excellent shape, had a lot of time to mature through the summer. So I think the players are really enjoying the new time, the new place in the schedule this BMW tournament is taking at the moment.
I think the move to September in 2019 was massive. October last year, due to everything that happened through the early part of the season with the suspension of play due to the pandemic, but yeah, it's found a nice home in September, and as you say, the course here at Wentworth is at its absolute best at that time of the year. May just coming a little early for it, perhaps.
Well, I think traditionally when the World Match Play was always late, either, I think it was September, I think it was mainly October, course looked absolutely stunning. You could see, that's so heavy, that rough. Not sure he's got that, well, not on the green, but just a little shy.
We talk about the distance that players hit it these days and the strength that's required to do that, as we look at where those 3 birdies have come from on this hole so far today. Over on the left-hand side, Lowry not too far away from there. But it's not just about hitting it long distances strength, it's the ability to move the ball out of lies like this, isn't it, and maintain the club head speed through thick and often even thicker rough.
See, that was less thick there, but he was actually further right than Fleetwood, so a little bit of good fortune, but he's knocked it in that right-hand bunker. Sometimes you're better off being wild off the tee, maybe the other side of the ropes where it gets trampled down a bit, than if you just miss the fairway.
Yeah, the spectator walkway can often be a golfer's friend.
Ideal spot here for Lowry's looked good so far.
He did knock it 302 yards to there. It is in the short stuff, so if you back to fairway and over 295.5 yards, you were quids in. Lowry not quids in with that second shot though, finding the bunker. Obvious frustrations. Obviously the Ryder Cup's a big storyline this week. It is the final event to qualify the BMW PGA Championship because of the way the rankings and qualification system works. Double points and big points anyway here, with it being a Rolex Series event. And in this the group that we're seeing with Lowry and Westwood, a very interesting dynamic, because those two really sort of directly fighting potentially for a spot. If someone like Bernd Wiesberger plays his way into the automatic qualifiers on the European points list, which he could easily do, tied 50 or better is the minimum requirement he needs. That can change a little bit depending on what other players such as Matt Fitzpatrick does as well, but certainly more than possible. I think after his opening round he was 49% was Wiesberger's probability to get up into those automatic spots. That means McIlroy would go from the European list to the world list, and that would bump out whoever's bottom of the world list. And right now that is Shane Lowry, so he would then go on to require a pick. Shane Lowry, though, not a million miles behind Lee Westwood in that world's points list, so if he then does better than Lee Westwood this week, he goes above him, and Westwood's the man that falls out. So a lot of permutations.
You've lost me. No, you
but I'll lead to my question. It was a long lead up, but in a situation like this, how easy or difficult is it to just stay focused on your game, this tournament, what you're doing, and not go, oh, what's Bernd Wiesberger doing on the leaderboard? And especially with Westwood and Lowry, you're playing with each other. Very easy just to get distracted by what's going on with your playing partner and the guys you're in the chase with.
Yes, I think for outsiders looking in, they think, oh my goodness me, what's going through the mind of the players? But you're talking about here very experienced professionals who know how to win tournaments, know how to conduct themselves on the course, and they know the only thing they can do is play one shot at a time, concentrate and focus on the shot that there's right in front of them right now, because if they don't give that maximum concentration, they're not going to play well. So they have the ability to block out stuff.
Down, and then I'm like,
Yep. It's 5 shortest, not mine.
yeah.
And that's what caddies do a lot these days. They keep focusing the player's mind. What do you intend to do here? Where are you going to pitch it? Where are you going to aim it? So it keeps the player constantly in present time. Tough chip here if he's trying to bounce this one up the plateau on the lower level with the greens being wet. And it's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, these players are pretty good at staying in the moment, but for someone like Shane Lowry, desperate to get on this man's Ryder Cup team, of course, his compatriot Podrick Harrington, he hates that tee shot on the par 5 fourth way left. Earlier this week, Lowry said, I've been trying to get on a European Ryder Cup team for 5 or 6 years. Felt like he's been good enough. There is pressure. He's thinking about it, no doubt. And that's a lovely bunker shot from Westwood.
Yeah, I think the difference is they think about it when they're not playing. The moment they get on the course, they're in the office. When they're in the office, they switch the flick, flick the switch rather, and this is where they go into concentration mode. These guys are not beginners. Hovland out with the 3-wood, driving over the hill, down into the valley. Pitch this on the fairway, you get massive amount of run.
You got the target, Jim?
Yeah, it's a shot you need to draw, isn't it? And that reaction tells you that Victor Hovland hasn't done that.
Might be on the player's walkway or the spectator walkway there, could help him.
I was just thinking that a foot's difference could be the difference between going for it in 2 or not being able to there.
Absolutely.
He's been striking it well, Victor Hovland, in general. Excellent from tee to green, the Norwegian. Yeah, 5th in strokes gained off the tee on the PGA Tour, 15th in strokes gained approach, 8th in strokes gained tee to green. Well, Westwood hit a good shot from here. What's Shane Lowry got?
Both played a running bunker shot. Sand obviously a little bit wet, didn't want to throw it all the way there and have it skidding off the wet sand. Especially to that flag cut on just on the top of a hill. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Wentworth is never easy to play. It's tough conditions right now. If you get a little bit of sunshine out later on this morning, course dries out, it might be a little bit easier for the afternoon players. These guys went out yesterday afternoon. The wind got up a little bit, so it didn't actually help the afternoon players. It just a little bit of breeze swirled around, made conditions a bit tricky. So they've not had the right side of the draw, I would say, at the moment.
It's pretty still out there right now, not too much breeze, so if they are going to capitalise, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, but much heavier overnight rain, that rough a lot thicker and wetter than it was yesterday morning.
Yeah, huge onus on hitting the fairways around here. Tommy Fleetwood didn't do that on the 3rd, and that's led to a 2nd bogey of the day.
Yeah, they're going to a par 5 on the next hole, so it's easy to start bogey. Well, not easy to start, but you go bogey, birdie, bogey if he birdies it. So he's played the first 4 holes in level, but given away one of the par 5s on the front 9. There is only one par 5, 3 par 5s on the back 9 here. So the second 9 against a par of 37 is the scoring 9. Got a chance to get a few eagles maybe. Now here, this is a big putt. This will test the resilience of this man. You know the pressure he's under in trying to keep in that last spot for the Ryder Cup.
The bookies slightly fancy him to hole it, Warren.
Yeah. Normally you would, but there's pressure on this. And he's up to the pressure. That's an Open Championship putt. Well done, Shane Lowry. Whew, a breathe a sigh of relief, because now he knows, goes to the par 5 the next hole. If he birdies that, having birdied the second, 2 under through 4, he's flying.
Oh, I'm feeling very bullish about him as winning this group at this stage, but as we know, so much can change through the course of 18 holes. So 6-5 that Lee Westwood makes this, 13-8 on that he misses, so...
He had a poor putt on the first hole, didn't get it out the middle of the blade. Much better putt on 2 from 35 feet. So this one now, testy one, just outside the right edge at dead pace. Goes a little bit firmer, he can be inside the hole.
Interesting that Lowry was the favourite to hole it over miss it. Westwood slightly the other way round. Westwood's was a touch shorter, and statistically at least it appears Westwood has been putting better this season than Lowry, so there's a little edge to be had over the bookies there.
Yeah, well, what it did prove, it proved pretty good at getting it up and down out of sand, because there were 2 great sand saves.
And the importance of holding a putt as well as being a good bunker player for that sand save category as well. There is the leaderboard confirmation that Shane Lowry, with that very strong start, 1 under par through 3 holes, heading to the first par 5 of the day, 1 under, got himself up into a tie for 14th. Henrik Stenson, another man pressing for a place on the Ryder Cup team. A 3rd, a 4th, and a tied 15th in his last 3 starts. 4 weeks in a row on the European Tour for the Swede. He said it's got to be a decade since the last time he played 4 events in 4 successive weeks on the European Tour. Alex Noren, a 2-time Rolex Series champion previously. Level par for his first 4 holes, 2 under for the tournament.
Just saw Nikolai Hogahog go through, if I could actually get my tongue around my teeth. What a season it's been for those twin brothers.
An incredible story. Rasmus winning in Switzerland the Amiga European Masters for his 3rd European Tour victory, and then his twin Nikolai getting his maiden win at the DS Automobiles Italian Open last week. Back-to-back wins, 4 twins.
How do you think the parents feel? How proud are they?
Incredibly so.
Hovland now at 4, par 5, long way back here in the rough. Tight entrance to this par 5.
Didn't quite make it to that spectator walkway, did he?
No.
Unfortunately, just heard that that errant tee shot from Podrick Harrington did go out of bounds.
That might cause a little bit of a hold up on the tee, so hence they're waiting. They can't see the fairway, so it goes over the hill. Hatton 214 left to go, prime position.
Yeah, in the first round went down the left, blocked out for his second shot, made the par, but this is the ideal position.
Pin on behind the left bunker, 18 paces up the green, so even in the middle of the green, slopes down to the flag. That looked a better swing, better contact. Eagle putt. Now that could turn his day around if he could hold that, and with a player like Hatton, he could just switch and go, right, my day, suddenly everything's rosy in the garden.
Absolutely, like Victor Hovland, he's another player who his putting improved significantly from the first to the second round.
Fourth shot. Fourth shot missed the green, so he'll have to get it up and down for a bogey.
Yeah, and from a juicy wet lie and short-sided. No picnic for Harrington over there, left of the 4th green.
Yeah, not a good time to ask for a selfie right now, or an autograph.
So group hole score, that's the combined score for all 3 players on this par 5 4th hole. So over 1.5 under par, so that's 2 under par or better is the 11 to 10 on favourite.
Yeah, I'd go for that. 2 4s and a 5.
I'm going to go 1 under for them. We saw yesterday it perhaps didn't play as easily as you might think. A few errant tee shots.
Well, that's okay. Not on the fairway, but no harm done.
So you're going 2 under for them and I'm going 1 under. I'm just going to jot this down just so you remember it.
It's curious. Has Tommy Fleetwood got an iron in his hand? Or is that a rescue club? It's not a driver. 3 wood for Westwood. If you just get it over the brow of the hill, halfway down the hill, and you get a shooter, you can get it to run, 50, 60, 70 yards. If you miss the fairway on that line, you're now left with a really long second shot from thick, wet rough. So finding that downslope, key.
Looks to be going a little bit right as well. It's one of a number of holes here at Wentworth that does favour the right to left shot, draw for a right-hander, fade for a left-hander.
I tell you, they got a big bounce right too, didn't it? Now this is interesting. He's got the iron out, so you know he's definitely playing. So he's going to play the kind of like the low stinger here, wants it just dipping as it goes on the hill and run like a scalded cat. The tailed follow through looks to be pretty straight. Come on now, chase. You see it? Look at that go. That'll be probably up somewhere with Lowry's tee shot. So virtually 2 on the fairway, 1 in the rough. I think I'm ahead.
Really? I'm feeling okay about this.
Are you?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That pin's not in a particularly accessible. It's soft enough that they can sort of fly at it and land it pretty quickly, as we've seen, but
I'm going even if they miss the green. You've got 3 top line players, 2 of them to get it up and down, 2 out of 3.
we thought that yesterday with the
I know.
The Rose Scott Vista.
Flag's in an easier spot though. It's over there on the left. They can use the slope. Much harder pin location yesterday, back right.
We shall see. Well, can Victor Hovland, who's certainly a world-class player in the field this week, do as Warren predicts they all can do and get up and down? Well, of course they can, but will he?
Not great, but okay. See how they can use the slope. Everything comes down and round. And again, if you finish past the hole on the left, you've got the uphill putt. You don't want to miss it on the right and then have the downhiller into the hole. That wouldn't be great. Zayden hoped. Now, what a good short game he's got. So, and he's a very cool customer, the South African. So, in the pound seat at the moment, leading the way.
Yeah, he did finish third here a couple of years ago as well, so he has course form. Tied 40th last year as well, the South African.
Needs to chip it in for a par. Needs to hold that for a bogey. Not looking good for the skipper.
And that just makes me feel a little bit more confident. You know, we've seen a couple of shots from around the green, albeit Harrington there for more than he would have liked to have been, but they've both got work to do for an up and down from around the green, Harrington and Hovland, which shows it's not totally straightforward.
What happens if one of the 2 guys on the fairway make eagle?
Well, then you're very much in control of the situation, yes. And we have seen a few eagles on this hole today. Benjamin Haybert, Graham McDowell making an eagle today.
Hatton's got a putt here for eagle, and wouldn't he like to hold this? Now, it is going to be a swinger from right to left. It'll turn a little right to left, not quite hard enough. But at least he's turned the tide. He's stopped the rot, gets 1 back.
Do you think Tyrrell Hatton's good at poker?
No. I think his face is very expressive, don't you?
Gets dealt a bad hand, throws the cards against the wall, walks out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think Bond would crucify him, really, give him that steely, icy look.
Maybe he's great at the double bluff.
Ah, well. Trouble is, there's no bluffing in this game. It's whatever you do out there, card and pencil.
Podrick Harrington 2 over par as things stand, out of bounds off the tee. This is huge. 6s are painful for pros, 7s on par 5s. That's what keeps you awake at night.
That's what tough mentality does for you. That's a grinding 6, but 3 over through 4, just highlighting what can go wrong here at Wentworth if you don't play the first 3 or 4 holes well. It's a bit of a noose round your neck.
Fist bump for Tyrrell Hatton. Sympathising with one another, I think, there. So 7 to 5, he 2 putts from here, 15 to 8 on birdie or better.
Yeah, awkward little putts, a little bit of a double breaker. It's left off the shoulder that just bites in on that side, but the whole green sloping the other way.
So is 7 to 5 enough value that it's a 2 putt?
Yeah, it's tricky, but makeable for a chap of this quality. Yeah. No problem. 2 birdies through the first 4, 1 bogey, 1 under, so pretty good. Westwood not hanging about. He just can't get any flight out of there. It's just so wet and heavy. Oh, and now that might not be handsome.
Yeah, there is a pretty gnarly little bank of rough that cuts across right there. If it's just put the brakes on before getting into the really thick stuff, he might be all right, but
it's a pretty narrow entrance, but if you can pitch it in the middle of the green, you can see with those left-hand arrows how severe the slope is down towards the flag.
and the green's receptive enough that you can fire straight at it as well if you choose to do so from the fairway.
Nothing more than a 5-iron for him, but it's gone right. It's an eagle putt, but he's a long way from the band up there on the dance floor.
Really wanting to lag that up really close as well, just for a bit of context. Tommy Fleetwood is 170th in putting inside 10 feet. What's Shane Lowry going to do? 6-4 for the par. Birdie or better is the odds-on favourite. It might not be now.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pray their short game's good.
Well, it's what you were relying on for that 2 under par group total.
Scott needs to get down my towel.
And it's what they will have to rely on if they're going to make their birdies.
Yeah, I could have done with Westwood being in a better spot. A lot depends on where his ball is lying. Well short of the green. It looked to be maybe caught up in that bank of very thick rough.
In all honesty, the level par group score is very much in play, I would say, right now as well, potentially, as well as the 1 under that I predicted and the 2 under that.
Well, if you're thinking very negatively, yes.
Pragmatically, I prefer to think, Warren.
Okay. I'd like to think my glass is half full rather than totally empty.
Well, I'd very much like there to be birdies because I need there to be for a 1 under par total. I'm just Just saying it's perhaps more in play, the level par now, than it was prior to the second shots, with where they all were not in too bad a position. And yeah, you can see where Lee Westwood is headed. It looks like it has found that thicker stuff.
Just having a look down the leaderboard, 67 players at the moment on the course who are 1 under or better, so at the moment is definitely a 1 under par cut. But you can see 2 under, tied 27th at the moment, so as you were saying, a very, very bunched field.
Yeah, you go on a little run, pick up 2 or 3 shots in the course of 5 or 6 holes, and you're suddenly right back up the top of the leaderboard again. Vice versa, chuck a couple of bogeys in there and you might be looking over your shoulder at that cut line.
If that's his ball on the bank with the grass growing with him, it's not too bad. The only thing is you've got elevation already built into the shot.
I'm thinking. I'm good.
So he's going with the sand wedge to get some control coming out of the grass, but this is going to fly then pretty high. He's got to throw it pretty much all the way there, even though he's coming out of this wet grass.
Go.
And question the choice of club there. Although how can I question the career earning money winner on the European Tour? Just under 40 million euro he's won, so I suppose he does know a thing or two about how to club himself.
Rory McIlroy overtook him a few years ago, a couple of years ago, and then Westwood, of course, winning the race to Dubai in 2020. He's got back ahead. Incredible longevity as Victor Hovland hits his tee shot on the 213-yard fifth.
Well, our feature groups today are struggling, unlike yesterday. Our groups yesterday got off to an absolute flyer. There's a little bit more warmth about, it's a little bit drier. Today, conditions seem much heavier out there. Heavier in attitude, heavier in weather.
So the bookies still think he's going to get up and down from here. 11 to 4 on, 21 to 10 for the par.
Very fast. Once you get on the green, you can see how much that is quick going down the hill. Hit the flag. Oh, things are looking a little better, but no gimme. Well judged.
Yeah, superb short game, Shane Lowry. Tyrrell Hatton has that birdie, giving him the boost he needs.
Oh, fade a little bit for me.
No, I like that. Hatton starting to talk to himself out loud. That's much better. It was a bit quiet over the first few holes. I much prefer it when he's a little bit vociferous.
Yeah, asking it to fade. It obviously didn't, just through the green left of the flag. So it's just the putter here for Westwood.
Well, this is all of, I suppose, 25 yards, really. I know the flag says up 18, but looks a little more than that. Coming off that front edge. A lot of swing from right to left. That's not done there. Didn't expect anyone to bogey the hole. That's going to alter the odds on our total. Better balance, but he's looking a bit worried. Coming down off the slope. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Keep going. Not quite going to make it.
He's got himself a good 10 or 15 feet closer with the aid of the slope there on the green.
Well, it's an eagle putt, but this is quick. Quick and with a lot of swing to it. So again, if he gets this within a 2 or 3 feet, he's done well.
You would fancy him to get down in 2 from here. 11-4 on it is.
It's giving it 10 feet of break. Very good.
Now, I mentioned previously that his stats from putting inside 10 feet not particularly good in comparison to the very best in that statistic, but he's close enough there that you would like to think that one will go in.
Yeah, well, Lee's not doing me any favours because I fancy Lowry to hole. Given Tommy his, that would be the 2 birdies, but need Westwood to make the par for them to finish at 2 under for a group score.
You need all of these next 3 putts to go in, Warren.
Well, it's doable. Little off the left side for Westwood. Yeah, do you know what? That's only, well, that's the 3rd 6 he's made in this championship on the hole. He's played the hole since the turn of the millennium, 4.2. Now he's made 6.
Wow. So Hovland from the green side bunker at 5. Gets up and down just over 50% of the time from the sand. He'll be leaning on the putter a little bit if he's to do so here. Left himself about 6 or 8 feet for the par. Yeah, so he's become an even stronger favourite to make the birdie after that lovely touch from right of the green out of the rough. This is the birdie putt, 5-2 on now that he converts. A little bit more left in it than perhaps this camera angle makes it look. Does foreshorten it somewhat looking straight down the line like this. And the bother for Sean Lowry, and it goes for the birdie. So as we said, a very good start, Warren.
Yeah, very good start. In terms of our group score, I think we're going to see the 2 birdies. The one I didn't expect was Westwood making the 6, because since 1999, I've just totaled it up, he's had 16 birdies, 1 eagle, 2 pars on the hole. And so you would say that wouldn't have been a bogey hole for him. There's the birdie for Tommy Fleetwood.
So there we go, the flag goes back in. Lee Westwood did tap in for his 6, so 2 birdies and a bogey. That's a 1 under par group total.
And a very smug looking kit next to me.
I always look like that, Warren.
Nice little chip down the see how quick that is down
Oh,
the hill. And has he turned his game around, or what? The defending champion.
Warren, you said it could just take 1 shot, that great approach in at the 4th. He made the birdie and it could fire him into life, and that is just what's happened.
And the talking he gave to himself on the second. Once he starts talking, he's in the present. Look at this, beautifully played. Excellent judgment, and okay. Now he's rocking and rolling.
So back-to-back birdies for Tyrrell Hatton, puts that bogey par, bogey start behind him, back to level par for the day, 2 over for the tournament. Of course, still work to do to get inside that cut line, but well on his way to doing it. And this is going to be quick for Podrick Harrington.
Yeah, just needs to get it over the brow of the hill, 8 feet in front of him. Hello, hello. Oh. Very friendly pin that really for the players today. I think you'll see a lot of 2s today on 5. If you almost hit the ball anywhere in the middle of the green with it a little bit of release on, it's going to take the slope down to the hole.
Yeah, Hatton was asking for it to fade in the air, and it looked like it came down a long way left of the pin, but it really only needed 1 or 2 yards of fade, and it was going to get down pretty close.
Hovland for his par. Well done. Well, they're beginning to warm up, this group. Just taking a few holes to get the blood flowing around the system. Here's a good view of what the players see. It's all, you can't really see the surface of the green. It's just a little bit raised. You can see how everything gathers into the little punch bowl down on the right side. So most of those birdies coming if you get on the lower level.
Yeah,
all
10
those
of
red
them,
balls.
and just a couple coming from not having got down into that punch bowl. One of those, of course, Tyrrell Hatton's wonderful chip-in that we just saw. And it is averaging under its par, 2.86.
Yeah, that is perfect. All right, got it.
Well, it should set up very nicely for Lowry, who likes to move the ball a little left to right, so this will get the juices flowing for him. Well, it didn't cut, so now instead of actually being a straightforward 3, he's got a very, very awkward putt there because it's super quick. Fleetwood next up. Did make a 2 on the first par 3 earlier on in this round. So looking for a brace, if he can sneak one in close here. Needed to have a little bit of a lower ball flight when it pitches on the middle of the green with a little bit of cut to it. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Well, mark me down for a 2. Wouldn't have taken much more, would it, to actually go in for an ace there for Tommy? And that's why this hole offers such a good birdie chance. Might even see a hole in one here today. Excellent flag for that. Beautifully played. And a great marker for Westwood, so he knows exactly the flight that's required. It's really pitched too short, that on the front edge. Needed to pitch it at least where his ball's finished. That would have been the ideal spot. But what a cracking shot by Fleetwood. So easily could have been a 1. Little bit of an extra roll. Had it absolutely right on line. It's going to be a certain birdie.
Look at the 418-yard 6th. Those bunkers lurking. 260 yards to cover it down the left. 285 to the front and 295 to carry down the right. And with that pin as it is today, you certainly want to favour the right-hand side, Warren.
Well, yeah, I think you can hit it down the right. I still think left half of the fairway is better because the ground slopes right to left up by the green, so you can aim towards more of the middle of the green and then spin it off the slope. Hatton with his tail up. Good spot. Middle of the fairway never ever does you any harm at any time, anywhere.
Wood for Hovland.
This tee is back on the east course. They've really stretched it out, moved it back about 60 yards. Not a tee the members would play. That's okay too. It was heading towards that right bunker, but the slope stunned the ball. Always looks to have a smile on his face, doesn't he, Victor Hovland? Always looks as if he's enjoying his time out on the course. Always like to see that.
Yeah, he's just loving life at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely.
A couple of years into his pro career, a Ryder Cup debut on the horizon. A couple of PGA Tour wins and a European Tour win under your belt. So 3 fairways found.
Well, he's got 2 slopes to go down here, Shane Lowry. One that's about 8 feet in front of it, then it'll level off. Then there's another one. It's probably got about 8 feet on this top level, down to the lower level, about another 10 feet, then down onto another lower level again. So this is extremely quick and not an easy one to judge. You've got to have it dead pace as it goes over the brow of 2 little slopes. So you've got to have some imagination. Lowry certainly has that, but the execution of it, all important. And then you've got to get the slope right. Not a massive amount of break. There's the first slope. There's the second one, and this looks very... Well, I thought it's going to run out a bit more than that. Not bad.
Yeah, a bit of work left to do, and he's outside the top 100 in putting inside 10 feet this season. Well, there you can see where the putt's been made and missed. After that sensational tee shot from Tommy Fleetwood, it's just 2 feet and 9 inches, and Westwood very much in hoping for 2-putt country.
It's amazing, 2 feet 9 inches. That's virtually 3 feet, isn't it? It looks like it was a foot away when I saw it going towards the hole. Amazing how sometimes cameras can foreshorten things.
Westwood, winner of the Race to Dubai last season. He also topped the European Tour Order of Merit in 2000 and 2009. Just incredible longevity for the 48-year-old.
Average second round score here at Wentworth since the millennium, 72.04. As I said, 28th appearance, his average score 71.38, so under par normally when he plays here at Wentworth. A little bit cagey.
Yeah, similar for him and Lowry there. I think they both obviously thought there'd be a bit more pace coming off that final slope.
Aiming a little bit right of the flag here on 6 Hovland. Just a wedge coming in, full wedge. He should get a lot of spin with this.
Yeah, excellent shot. He's 7th in proximity to the hole between 125 and 150 yards. He was bang in that range there. Normally hits it on average 19 feet 8 inches. That looked to be a bit closer than that, Warren.
Yeah, looked to be pretty good. Shows you how good Fleetwood's shot is. Both Lowry and Westwood are going to putt first before Fleetwood can go for his 2. They're trying to make pars.
And Laurie Cantor's got himself into a share of the lead with a birdie on the 9th as well. He's alongside Christian Besaiden out now at 9 under par. And this for Lowry to stay at 4 under.
And Harrington will be pleased to see the way that Lowry's putting today. He's holed a couple of good putts. And if you're going into a Ryder Cup, you want players on your side in good putting form.
It's the area of the game that has arguably held back Lee Westwood through the years. You wouldn't describe him as a bad putter, just perhaps on those big occasions, 1 or 2 that you might expect or need to go in to get those biggest of victories haven't quite dropped for him.
What a career he's had in Ryder Cups. In terms of Ryder Cups he's played in, first one was way back in '97, Valderrama. Seve was the captain. He played with Faldo. And he makes his par there.
What a career in general. No player in the modern era has won professional golf tournaments in more different countries than Lee Westwood. A truly global player.
Yeah, Gary Player always used to think that he had that wrapped up. He played globally around the world probably more than anyone else until he came along and pipped him. There's the birdie for Fleetwood.
Speaking of Gary Player, you were telling this morning a very good story about one of his very first visits here to Wentworth and, well, a big moment that sorted out his game.
Yeah, well, when I first turned pro, I played with Gary for my first ever pro round. Played round here, and he got a tip because he was playing so badly at the time from Cotton. Just see this shot again for Fleetwood. See how close it came to the one. It looked like there was tracking. A little bit harder, might well have gone in. He'll take the 2, mind you. Yeah, it was hooking the ball so badly, Player, and Cotton told him, you know, if you just lift your left heel off the ground, hit the ball as hard as you can, make sure you don't put the heel on the ground at any time throughout the swing. And it cured the hook for him, and he went on to win that tournament, beat Jack Nicklaus in the final, I think 6 and 4, and never put his left heel on the ground playing any long shot to a hole, which was quite remarkable, because on the way round prior to the tournament, he was wondering how he was going to get through the first round. He couldn't see a fairway for love nor money. In fact, someone saw Gary Player earlier on this week at the Buckinghamshire golf course, playing there just down the road, playing with the owner of the course, so on his global travels.
Yeah, Gary played in the Pro-Am here on Wednesday. It was a star-studded lineup, many celebrities from other sports, Olympians, actors, singers, reality TV stars, and a lot of very good golf played as well. A lot of single-figure handicappers, real festival atmosphere, certainly on Wednesday this week in general. Musical entertainment down in the fan village as well, so if you can get down here over the weekend, I urge you to do so. Hopefully this man will be here. He's 13 to 8 on to make the par from this position.
I think it's going to make the birdie. No.
So a par it will be.
I thought he was going to have a little run there, 3 in a row. That would have been a nice little fillip for him, but makes the par. Looks pretty dark out there at the moment. Fleetwood teeing off 6. Showery weather predicted for today. I hope that's all it is. Had thunderstorms overnight.
Yeah, coming off a runner-up finish at the DS Automobiles Italian Open, Tommy Fleetwood. Let's be down the middle for Shane Lowry as well. With all the times that Lee Westwood has played in this great BMW PGA Championship, and the amount of wins he has around the world, it's somewhat surprising that he's never won here. Does have a couple of runners-up finishes though at Wentworth in 2000 and 2011. And a fairway foul, much to the approval of the onlooking fans. It's been an incredible career for Westwood, winning in 4 different decades on the European Tour. Those 10 appearances that Warren mentioned earlier in the Ryder Cup since 1997, 23 points he's earned for Team Europe over that time. Now this really needs to go in, you would think, and Harrington needs to find some momentum if he's to be playing over the weekend, and it does. That's brilliant. Real grit we're seeing from him.
Yeah, I suppose he's got the double bonus that, you know, if he makes it, that's great. Try and play for his own game. If he misses the cut, then he's got a chance to watch the players that he's viewing as his captain's picks.
Yeah, those wildcard picks will be announced about a couple of hours after play finishes here on Sunday evening. Hovland 23 to 10 to hole it. You'd like to fancy him.
Gosh, that looked perfunctory, didn't it? Just, oh, I'll just go and tap this one in, just brush it down the hill. No problems there.
Just nonchalant and casual. Well, we've said, you know, perhaps small question marks over the form of a few Europeans going into the Ryder Cup. Fitzpatrick, Fleetwood, Hatton, you would like to find something this week, but Victor Hovland certainly in fine fettle at the moment.
Yeah, that excellent by Hovland there, the way that he just brushed that one in. Good for his confidence.
Billy Horschel 4th in the race to Dubai rankings right now, the American. He was in our coverage yesterday morning on the European Tour Betcast. Fought back really nicely with 4 birdies in the final 6 holes. And there you can see Fleetwood 17th. Tony Finau, he'll be representing America in the Ryder Cup at 27th in the race to Dubai. Justin Rose, 27. Last week's winner, Nikolai Højgaard, in there at 26th. Lowry, 31st. And well, Patrick Reed, 36th in the race to Dubai, but won't be at Whistling Straits. Warren, what did you make of Patrick Reed missing out on a wildcard pick?
Yeah, well, I suppose he was a little bit unlucky getting pneumonia just before the final picks were announced, which probably ruled him out. But then you have to say the Americans have a very, very strong side. Maybe, well, statistically, it is the strongest side ever on paper in terms of world rankings, titles won. So you've got to say Europe are going to be up against it playing in American soil. Mind you, it's not bothered them in the past. They have done very well. As we watch Westwood here, first to play.
You can see the odds, Warren. What do you think he's going to do from here?
Birdie or better? I don't think birdie, well, better than birdie, but for Westwood, not quite been on song at the moment, so I'm saying par.
I tend to agree. 578 European Tour events.
And still winning.
Yeah, he's not just making up the numbers, is he?
Well, he could have won back-to-back tournaments on the PGA Tour this year. The Players' Championship Bay Hill the week before. That takes some doing. It's all a question of how well the putter behaves. You can't win tournaments unless you putt well, and you can't putt well unless you hit good iron shots in, so the combination.
Yeah, reaching for the umbrella, I think, there as well. You saw just some fine rain starting to come down.
Now that's the one that always gets me. He's got his wife on the bag, Helen, but he picks the umbrella out. Who's he keeping dry?
What?
I'm sure he would be a perfect gentleman, Warren.
Fleetwood 142 to go, just a nice comfortable wedge. Doesn't need to hit it too hard. 80%er.
Birdie or better at 5-2. Well, I might like to see those odds a little bit longer before investing. Having said that, I do quite like his chances.
Certainly got a chance. Just might get the odd shower come through. Looks to be a little bit heavy out there right now, but hopefully it'll be short and sharp.
Lowry, 13-8. Perhaps not quite as nice an angle, but as Warren said, you have got that slope that you can use. Anywhere on the fairway is good.
And he did use the slope a little. Trouble is, with that rain coming down again, just as they were getting used to the pace of the greens, he's suddenly going to get a little bit of wash on them. Now it's going to slow them down again, so you've got to reassess brakes. Is it going to turn as much? Just becomes that little harder. Although, of course, it will take less brake.
Well, what a package that is. That gets the juices flowing. You can see on the left-hand side, those are the 9 as it stands right now who would be qualifying automatically to go to Whistling Straits and represent Team Europe. But that can change. On the right-hand side, the ones to watch, Bernd Wiesberger. He's very much in with a shout of forcing his way into those automatic picks. Victor Perez, it was a poor opening round for him, 76. A lot of work for the Frenchman to do if he's to make the cut and have any hope. Robert Mcintyre as well, a left-handed Scotsman. I think he'd be a great asset to any Ryder Cup team, Warren. Perhaps this one just a touch too early for him, but going forwards, I think he's a man we will see representing Europe.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's so many good young players coming through now. It's just a question of when they take their opportunity. Got the feeling that Harrington may well go for experience over youth and rookies. It's always quite hard to pick a rookie, but if a rookie played really well in this tournament, I'm thinking of someone like Mcintyre, who's played a fair bit in America this year. He's done well on both sides of the Atlantic. It's got a win now under his belt. You know, if he came, well, obviously if he won here, but you know, if he came close to winning and he saw one of his other experienced players maybe not on top form, he might just change his mind. But I suspect people like Poulter, Garcia, maybe don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, the longest of the 3 birdie putts for this group is Lee Westwood. And it's 9-2 that it drops. Just a little update on Robert Mcintyre. He opened with a 74 yesterday, 1 under par for his first 7 holes today. So 1 over total, tied 86th as things stand.
up the hill on the 7th for Hovland. Awkward pin location, front of the green over there, protected by the bunker, but you can use the slope behind. That flag to very good effect today, and it's a big slope.
He keeps giving himself chances, doesn't he, Victor Hovland?
Yep.
So Fleetwood with his birdie effort. I mentioned we did fancy his chances ahead of the second shot. He had a nice angle in. This then to get to 3 under par.
Fine, fine margins, aren't they? And that may well have been that little bit of rain coming down, ball not turning quite as much.
Yeah, Fleetwood with the hoodie on now as well, the waterproof jacket. I quite like them. Sean Lowry the closest.
The only thing I'd say about the hoodies is, why would you have a hood and then never use it?
Fashion, Warren.
I know they say fashion, but it just seems an accessory for golf that you just don't need.
You're a man in touch with all the latest trends. I know you must be tempted. Oh, he is putting really well, Sean Lowry. Rolled in a couple of good ones for pars to keep blemishes off the card. Those couple of birdies already also.
But maybe it was the putt actually on the 3rd hole. The 1 on 2 was a very makeable short birdie putt, but the one for the par on 3 maybe has really settled the nerves. A little tap in here just to clean things up for Westwood.
He's keeping Helen dry as well.
Yeah, well, he's a gentleman.
Absolutely. So 24 feet 10 inches for Hatton on the 7th. Just over half that for Victor Hovland. And as you can see there, well, the false front, the tier in the middle of the green, vital. They're both on the correct level, Warren.
Yes, so important. You wouldn't want the ball to stay up on the top side here. That would be an extremely difficult putt. Don't like the way that rain is coming down at such a fierce pace. Do have sub-air on the green. They would drain very well. You'd need a real flash flood to stop play. So let's hope it's not going to last, this rain belt that's coming through. It's not scheduled to last.
Yeah, speaking to one of the greenkeepers earlier this week, and I think he said he'd only ever seen puddles on the green once or twice in the previous 4 or 5 years, and that was after an absolute deluge. So there's certainly nothing quite that heavy in the forecast for today. He's won 2 of the last 3 Rolex Series events he's played in, Tyrrell Hatton. He is something of a Rolex Series specialist. 6 European Tour wins, and 4 of them have been Rolex Series.
Got to know how to pick your tournaments. Birdie putt, cross the slope, little left to right. Go, go, go. Just that ground slowing things up. So on a day like today, would you be wearing the white trousers and the white shoes, man of fashion?
I'm a big fan of white shoes. I'm not sure I've ever worn a pair of white trousers. I've got quite light grey on today, admittedly, but that's about as light as things get.
Okay. So in other words, to wear the white trousers, you've got to have a game.
I was about to say, I've not got the golf swing to pull off white trousers, Warren. I tend to go for sort of business in the lower half, a bit of frivolity in the top half. I like a sombre trouser, but a bright T-shirt. Admittedly, today the polo shirt's not that bright.
You mean the black one that you've got on?
It's navy blue.
Might have been navy blue at some time.
I've got a couple of good ones for the weekend for you.
Okay.
A lovely little purple number.
Well, I need sunglasses, will I?
I think you'll be all right. You might just need glasses if you don't think this shirt's navy blue, but no, I think you won't need sunglasses, but I'm going to bring a bit of colour to the commentary box over the weekend.
I have to admit, I am slightly colourblind. Red on green, I can't see. Now, Hovland, can he make another? Good time to birdie. There's plenty of birdie opportunities. This would be his 4th of the day if he can pop this one in. Seemed to be over the ball a little bit longer that time than on the previous hole. Six, 7 and 8, they're all sort of drive little pitch second shots. Require an accurate tee shot. Short irons in, but do have to play them well. Next hole they're playing a shot over water. So a little section where accuracy is required.
Harrington doing all he can to stay around for the weekend. Well, at least playing for the weekend. He'll certainly be around.
Stand still, thank you.
Let's hold a couple of really good putts for pars. Can he hole another one? Yeah. You know what they say about men holding putts for pars? Like dogs chasing cars.
It is 4 bogeys and just the 3 pars on the card for Podrick Harrington. And it just goes to show what can happen around here quite easily. Wentworth, you cannot do a huge amount wrong and suddenly 2 or 3 bogeys just find their way onto the scorecard.
Change at the top.
Lowry canters there on his own. 9 under par. Christian Bezuidenhout has dropped back to 8 under. Bogey on the 7th for him. Matthew Barnrat yet to go out. Fabrizio Zanotti, Paraguayan, 5 under through 14 today, 7 under for the tournament. Nice to see Masahiro Kawamura up there as well, a Japanese player in good form, someone who I might have had a little dabble on at the start of the week each way. Let's take a look at the highlights for Shane Lowry. This was his tee shot on the 2nd, the short par 3.
Very smooth stroke he made there, using the bank behind the green to bring it down to the hole, and he would just caress that one in for his first birdie of the day.
Yeah, first of the par 5s. He was errant with the 2nd shot, but he's got a great short game, hasn't he, Warren?
Yeah, just got a nice kick off the little slope down the hill. And again, just to that awkward length, not a gimme putt, but he popped that one in, so again, gaining confidence with the putter.
Found the fairway on the 6th. This was the approach. Yeah, use that little bank, span it in to 8 or 9 feet. He would convert for the birdie. Yeah, he's holed a fair few of that length of putt, which is really encouraging. Those sort of 6 to 15 footers, that kind of range, if you can hold your fair share of them. Well, there you can see the form, never outside the top 15 in the last 4 BMW PGA Championships. He's been a runner-up here as well. 4th place finish, but slightly out of position here.
Yeah, and out of position again in wet grass. 154, so not really a long way from the hole. 9-iron distance, but can the 9-iron get him out of that thick, wet, claggy grass? Bunkers to carry on that front edge as well. Pin just perched over the left-hand one of the three that you can see in the distance. You see a bit of a bird's nest lie there.
All right. Yep.
A little bit of a slope
thank you.
behind the hole that he can use. You'd expect him to err slightly on the long side here.
Well, long or a bit left. Just a question of whether he thinks he can carry. Aim left edge of the green. We did in a little left, just shy of the putting surface.
Yeah, he'll be relying on his short game. He's 14th in strokes gained around the tee on the PGA Tour this season. A couple of new wedges in the bag this week, which he was just working on grooving in on Tuesday on the range. Lee Westwood.
127. Little gap wedge for him as he comes up the slope. Yeah. Nice range to hole a putt. Didn't flirt too much with the bunker. Keep the glove dry. Don't want that getting wet. Trouble is this rain, 120 or 119 in Fleetwood here, but that rain will knock the ball out of the sky, so maybe not 10 yards off it, so it'll play more like 130. Got his eye in though, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Great
nice
shot to the par 3, another very good shot there to 7.
A couple of birdies in the previous 3 holes. I'd fancy him to get another one there. Tyrrell Hatton on the 8th tee. Like you say, this little run of holes, a positional tee shot, and then a relatively short flick with a wedge in if you get it right.
Oh, no.
See again, the ball just knocked out of the sky. So I mean, it can alter the flight of the ball by about 20 yards. This. This is almost at the stage. Sometimes I think I'll call for a ruling. I've just got this. Just as the rain comes pelting down, I've known players do that before. Just need clarification as to whether this is ground under repair or not. Some such stuff. Just let the worst of the weather go by.
Yeah, the caddies really earn their money on a day like today, don't they? The bag will be a bit heavier with all of the waterproof gear and the extra bits and pieces that are required when there's rain in the forecast. You can see Bo there, Shane Lowry's caddy, just to the left of him, out in the elements. Shane with the umbrella. Bo getting wet.
Well, it's the extra towels you need. You need a good supply of gloves. You've got the waterproofs. You've got the extra balls. You've got all the other paraphernalia. So they're not light bags that they carry around, but of course they're so used to it.
Playing in waterproofs tends to split opinion a bit as well, doesn't it? You've got Lee Westwood in the short sleeve waterproof. Shane Lowry doesn't have one on. And Tommy Fleetwood in the long sleeved waterproof. So not everyone likes swinging with that extra layer.
I never play with a waterproof jacket. Put a sweater on, just get wet. Dry the sweater out at the end. Yeah, nicely done.
He likes to play most of his short game shots around the green with a 60-degree wedge and just manipulate things. Shane Lowry, wonderful hands. Where do you stand on that? Taking sort of one club that you're really familiar with around the greens, or mixing it up depending on the shot that faces you?
Always played, or tried to play, the easier shot, whatever the ground dictated. So if you could use the ball to run it, I'd always prefer to have the ball running at the hole rather than use spin.
Those green little dots denote the putts that have gone in. Well, Fleetwood from 3 feet and 1 inch you'd fancy, but good news for Westwood in as much as he appears to be on a line where we've seen quite a few putts hold, so relatively close to being quite straight, one would think.
No birdies on the card today for Lee, so he could do with this going in. It's funny, he's not played second rounds here at Wentworth all that well.
It's been the story a little bit today for him, hasn't it? We've seen him with those mid-range birdie putts on a few occasions and just hasn't got one to drop yet. Suddenly you're not doing a lot wrong, and then when you do get out of position you make a bogey, as he has done a couple of times, and it feels like he's playing better than 2 over par.
Well, he never plays that badly ever, does he? So consistent throughout the years. It's funny how sometimes you just get stuck in your head. But he is again, he's a player that likes to maneuver the ball left to right, and I've always thought Wentworth is a course that you really need to be able to draw the ball, hit it from right to left, because there are so many dogleg holes that move right to left. The only one that significantly goes the other way is 18. Good bit of short game skill by Lowry. Nice finesse that he has around the greens. 500, he's not too far away from the leaders, he's lurking. And is that my imagination, or has it got a bit lighter, a bit brighter?
Well, we saw Westwood giving the umbrella a bit of a flap, getting the moisture off it, suggesting it was going back in the bag, so I think it probably has got a bit lighter. Fleetwood for his birdie after that superb approach.
That's another gimme. Well, he's made 2 birdies today, which you could just walk up and say, well, Tommy, you can have those, walk on to the next hole. So he's not been making birdies by holing long putts. That's good to see. Tight flag here on 8. Danger hole with water all down the left side.
That flag is cut just 3 yards from the left.
Yeah, and 33 paces up the green, but how about that? And that's the thing with Hatton. He makes a couple of birdies and suddenly thinks, you know what, I'm playing all right. So it suddenly goes at flags and starts being very aggressive. Great shot.
Harrington, 150 yards. Nice position over on the right-hand side of the fairway if he wants to be aggressive to this flag.
Ball above his feet, which means it will draw towards the water. Yeah, very good.
A little ridge just right of that you can use to work your ball in a little bit closer if you do take the safer line, which is what I think most players will do. Quite a few changes at Wentworth through the years. Warren, you've played here a number of times. How difficult is the challenge and how different now to what it was when you started playing this course?
Oh.
Speaking of.
It's always been difficult if you've been in here. This is just a pitch back onto the fairway for Hovland. Yeah, there's been quite a few changes to the... Oh, my goodness me, what was he doing? You're laying up short of the water, you lay it into the water.
Went in at some pace as well.
Might as well just go for it.
Yeah, that's where you have a very embarrassed look on your face. At least he's managing to smile about it. We had that incident yesterday where we thought Poulter was going to play a fantastic pitch to the last, and he just flubbed it in front of him. He was a bit red-faced. I think Hovland's going to be the same. But as we're going back, when I first played the course here, they almost didn't have rough. It was just only heather. Harry Colt design, heather everywhere, so that was really tough. You can see the heather, the purple stuff. There's only a little bit of it around these days. And then, of course, Ernie, much later on, or later, changed the course to the design that we have now. The routing is exactly the same, but a lot of the green shapes and bunkering is now different. This water has been enlarged. It used to be just a little pond short of the green.
And a bunker taken out by the green as well on the right-hand side there, Warren.
Yeah. But I think now the players have got used to the changes. I think they, you know, like the course, the way they set up. They know it's now tougher. I think originally, because it was such a dramatic change from the gentle Colt design and the subtlety that Colt had, I think they were all in a little bit of shock. But now they've had a few alterations even to those changes. They're happy with it.
Did you see it? Yeah.
So just 23 years old, Victor Hovland. This is his 20th start on the European Tour. 10th in the race to Dubai, 14th in the world ranking. So one of the elite already.
Right, fourth shot then for Hovland to a tough flag. Now, you've already been in the water once. You're now thinking, well, I'm playing 4, I'm trying to limit the damage. If I can get this in close and make 5. What he doesn't want to do is drag this one, spin it into the water. So again, got to aim right of this pin. Ooh. Had it over the top of the flag. That was brave.
Yeah, just to go back to what you said, Warren, I mean, not long after the changes that Ernie Els made, there were a couple of wins at 6 under par in this event, but the last 3 years it's been between 17 and 20 under par to get the win in the BMW PGA Championship. So we've seen the hazard that the 8th can provide with Victor Hovland up ahead. He's averaging 3.94 though, so a shade under its par.
It's a busy point here at 8. You've got, you can see Westwood, Fleetwood rather, waiting for the players on the 10th green to play. Just to the right of Fleetwood, you've got the 11th tee. They play over the 8th tee. So it's a bit of a bottleneck.
So it looks to me like putter in hand for Harrington. What's Hovland? Well, interesting to see what Hovland does here, because historically chipping hasn't been his best, but it sounds like Harrington might be going ahead.
Yeah, I think they're going to play a bit of ready golf. I'll go ahead, give a bit of time to work on his shot as Fleetwood out with the fairway wood here. Seems to be a lot of club. There is a mound on the left side he's got to watch out for. Doesn't want to hit it into that. Or is he going to get past it? Oh, he's past it. He's played to the very narrow neck. Not too many players attempt that shot.
Here's an update on the in-play odds here on the European Tour Betcast. The outright to win, Christian Bezuidenhout out right now is your 5-1 favourite. Adam Scott 11-2. That man in your picture, Shane Lowry, is 10-1. 5 under par as things stand. And fairway found on the 8th.
Wouldn't Harrington love to see Lowry win the tournament? See his man that loved to get an Irishman into the side. Irish skipper, have a former Open champion right in top form. Westwood also going with the 3-wood.
does bring the narrow bottleneck into play. We saw Fleetwood get down quite close to the water with a similar club.
It's 270 to carry that ridge, crosses the fairway, and he didn't carry it, he's actually gone through the middle of it.
Just found the first cut of rough on the right there. I don't think it quite jumped out and back into the fairway. Well, Zanotti, Fabrizio Zanotti has got himself up to 8 under par. Laurie Cantor's dropped back to 8 under par, so just starting to, well, there's a bottleneck on this hole, bit of a bottleneck at 8 under par as well. And we saw Appy Barnrat's hot back nine, Zanotti doing something similar today. Yeah, we were speculating as to whether it would be a chip or a putt for Zanotti. It's a for Hovland rather. It was a putt from just long of the green. It's looking like a double bogey for the Norwegian. That would drop him back to level par. If he has had a weakness, and it's all relative because he's a superb player, it would be the short game and the chipping perhaps for Hovland. That being said, he's undoubtedly improved in that area over the last 12 or 14 months. Hatton now, after the brave approach shot, firing straight at that pin tucked over there on the left. Can he make the most of it?
I have a funny feeling he might have made that. Bogeyed the hole yesterday. Previous occasions when he's played, he's made 4 birdies on this hole out of the 7 times that he's played it previously in the second round. And he's back to muttering.
Padraig Harrington did putt before Victor Hovland came on. This is what he's left himself.
Most people would just go and brush this one in, but with Harrington it's almost an epic.
Yeah, he's a deep thinker. I think that's why he'll be an excellent Ryder Cup captain. Done numerous interviews and you get, say, 20 minutes for argument's sake, and you end up asking him about 3 questions in that time. But the wonderful thing is, his answers are so long, but he almost knows what you're going to ask him next and covers off naturally where the conversation would go and the next question you've got for him. So you don't need to sort of jump in and go, oh, actually. You just set him away and well thought out, brilliant answers come flowing out of him.
Correct, yeah.
So that double bogey is a real momentum stopper for Victor Hovland.
Goes to the 10 up the middle of the green. Yes, sir. You know, like it's 39, 93 back edge, kind of. Yeah. Well up right there. Yeah, it's an 87 inch, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. It's about a hair to the right. Just get a good finish this one. Yeah, I've done it. Right. There you go.
Playing 187, he knows he's got an extra 6 paces to the back of the green. He's only going to play this to the middle, so he's not thinking about taking the flag on. Going to let the slope of the green do the work. Well thought out, terrific shot. Lowry in top form, thinking well, playing well.
That putt's right in his range today as well. Yeah, the aggressive plays from Westwood and Fleetwood off the tee with the 3-wood.
Yeah, they were thinking about attacking the flag and they wanted to do it with a wedge in their hand rather than with a longer club. Looks to be in a bit of semi-rough here, so not going to get the control he really wants. Oh, he likes it. Oh, he loves it. Loves it. Must be the first birdie of the day coming up for Lee Westwood.
Have you given him that?
Not quite. I said it must be. Didn't say that it was going to be, but you would like to think he'd knock that in.
Must be sounds very much like going to be to me semantically, Warren. I think you've given him that. Well, let's hope he does convert it.
Must be. Surely that must be, isn't it? That was in the tone. Wasn't a definitive. So I expect this will be aggressive too from Fleetwood. It's all semantics, isn't it?
It is. Well, he's broken the back of the hole with that tee shot. Similar position to where we saw Victor Hovland having to take his drop. Give it a spin. Yes.
And he's going to give Westwood a lovely line, so it must be a great opportunity for Westwood to make his first birdie of the day.
Do you know what? I think getting a nice little free read off of Tommy Fleetwood from that kind of range.
Yeah.
A guaranteed birdie for Lee Westwood there, we'll say, hopefully.
Hatton on 9. The railway line left of this hole. It's a little bit more space out on the right for the players. Don't want to go in the bunker on the left, and he's right on the edge. Might have an awkward start. Haven't heard a train go by yet this week. That's surprising. You normally get 1 or 2. Main line into Waterloo Station in London, down the left.
Is Hatton going to have to be stood in the bunker? And if he is, the bunkers are deep. That's a gripping halfway down the club shaft and just punching it forward jobby if he does have to stand in the sand.
He can get off the left foot, get a bit of height, carry the front bunkers, be all right.
Harrington with 3 wood. Yeah, a little bit more fade, that's what Hatton was looking for. We have seen a couple of times, he does like to play with the fade, Hatton. Started it on the left and it just hasn't come back as much as expected, but...
Just look at that ball again, hovering over the edge of the... What is Hatton going to say about that when he gets there? He's going to have something. He's going to have something to say about it, we know that.
Yeah, that's the joy of this featured group coverage in the European Tour Betcast. There's every chance we'll see what he's got to say about it and hear what he's got to say about it when he gets there.
Now then, what about, we must be thinking about 3 threes here.
I think there's a very good chance. Lowry is really feeling it with the flat stick. And you've got Fleetwood and Westwood in there at about 5-6 feet. Free read for Westwood.
So what do you think the odds would be on all 3 holing? If you were a punter, not a punter, if you were the man setting the odds.
Evens, just over evens potentially. They're a lot shorter now. That first one's gone in from
now they're short. Now we're odds on. Must be.
We are.
What a front 9 he's putting together. So hard to do a really good front 9 here at Wentworth par against the par of 35. 31 or 30 is a terrific score, and Shane Lowry's flying. Remember, there's 3 par 5s on the back 9, so good opportunities to forge ahead.
Yesterday, the front 9 played 0.82 strokes over par. The back 9 played 0.63 under par.
Left half. Oh, Tommy.
Did not see that coming.
I think he just straight pushed that. I think he was aiming left and then thought, oh, it's not going to break that much. He just held the putter out That will be a bitter blow.
We have got some shadows down there, though.
Yeah, nice.
The sun is out with us.
That's good. Players want that. They want that rough to dry up. Greens to get a little quicker. Well, I hope Lee wasn't watching that, because don't want to put the thought of pushing it in your mind. It's got to be left of centre. Nice firm strike.
I was thinking what odds he goes the other way and goes a touch on the left, but I'm sure this one finds the bottom of the cup, as it does.
Yep.
Must be a birdie, was a birdie.
Yeah, first birdie of the day for Lee, coming at a really good time.
Yeah, gets him back under par, tied for 51st as things stand. Fleetwood does tidy up for the par, but it's a disappointing one. Did everything right with the bold, aggressive tee shot into the fairway. Excellent approach. Up ahead at the 9th. Harrington in pole position. 158 yards to the pin. Hovland 181, but in the short stuff. And, well, Hatton, we saw perched on the edge of that bunker. What kind of a stance does the Englishman have? 5 birdies, 5 bogeys or worse.
Yeah, 58, 67, okay. Plays up 2.
Here we go, live odds.
Right here.
Victor Hovland to hit the green, 11 to 4 on,
It's kind of struggling.
15 to 8 that he
Kinda
misses
keep
the
it
green
below
when
the
he's in
hole,
the
which is
fairway.
fine.
I just don't really want to hit a 6 either, because now
Got
the
to
sun's
fancy
coming
him to
out.
hit the
Yeah.
green here. He's playing
I
pretty
think if
well.
you hit a solid one, hit the draw.
Double
Is that what
bogey
you're
on the
thinking
previous
about
hole, a
doing,
bit of an
or-
aberration.
Normal hard one.
Okay. Well, normal hard one should be more mechanics.
Oh, looks like he's going with a 7. He said he didn't want to hit the 6. He's got a clobber this one.
Does not look pleased with that. Well, it is a missed green. Wry smile, little chuckle to himself. Just needs to steady the ship now. Obviously made that hugely disappointing double bogey, chipping into the water on the 8th.
Well, he is in the sand. Is he?
No. Right on the edge, and he's
Oh my goodness me.
7 to 4 not to hit the green. Pile on everything on 7 to 4 not to hit the green from
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. Got no chance whatsoever. And he'll have plenty to say about that lie after this shot. So hard. You've got to try and follow the slope down. Get severe, and it's going to come out very low and running. You can't flick it up. Oh, he's got some height on it. Well, that's some hand action.
It's a good effort, you know.
Oh, well, it's a great effort to get it in the bunker. I mean, to get it on the green, well, there was really little or no chance, but what a shot he played there.
Yeah, I think that's the most generous odds and one I've been quickest to get on so far this week. I mean,
You'd have been worried with the ball in the air, though.
There was an element of doubt there for a moment, but
Yeah.
6 to 4 on Harrington, longest tee shot, best angle.
Yeah, he's hit a few crook shots today, but you'd expect him to hit the green from this distance. Hello, though. Oh.
All 3 of them miss the green.
Wow.
Well, if you'd have done that as a little accumulator, I think you'd have got some pretty generous odds for all three of them to miss.
Yeah.
Mcintyre has bounced back from a bogey at 12 with a birdie at 13 to regain the lead on 9 under par.
Now, I have to say, I can never work this one out quite. He's not pegged it up here, Lowry. He's just bumped the ground up to get the ball to sort of sit up a bit. But why not put it on a tee peg? You can peg it low. You don't actually have to. Must be something players just like to hit it off the deck. They feel they can squeeze the ball.
Birdie or better, 9-2. That's going to be shorter after that tee shot. He did squeeze it out there nicely.
Never understand if you can peg it up, peg it up. Driver for Westwood. Should better take the bunker out of play down the left side. .286 to get it over that one.
Well, 4-1 to make bogey or worse here, Lee Westwood. Well, that tee shot's going left. Just grabbed the thick stuff. And we saw the difficulty that the group up in front had in finding the putting surface, so perhaps 4-1 will be somewhat shorter now. And well, that's what it is for Tommy Fleetwood as well, and bearing in mind the difficulties that we've seen from a couple of players on this hole so far. Found the sand down the right.
It's such a hard game, isn't it? You know, you're talking about top flight players here. Difference between them at their top level to their B game, it's just minute margins in terms of timing. Hovland now, little pitch and run, a lot of green to work with, so should get this pretty close. Seem to get underneath it a little bit, too much grass underneath the ball.
How'd you like your eggs? Well, it's fried for Tyrrell Hatton here, and off of the downslope. And that might be an interesting stance as well.
He's just not having any, well, he's having plenty of luck, isn't he? It's all bad though.
It's just one of those things in golf when things aren't going your way and you're fighting it a little bit. How often do you get the bad breaks? When you're playing well, everything seems to go your way.
Yeah, well, you're always just that little bit closer to playing the right shot, aren't you? A little bit closer to things coming off.
So 11-4 on for Harrington to get up and down for his par from here.
Well, in his heyday, you would say this is an absolute certainty.
I was about to say, what about 13-2 for the chip-in?
Yeah. He's actually using the wedge there as a blading it. See, when you're a little bit rusty, he's not played. He admitted he's not played much. He's had his eye on all sorts of things connected with the Ryder Cup and therefore not played a great deal. So pretty rusty coming into the tournament, and you'd have to say you can see it really.
Yes, he hasn't teed it up since the D&D Real Czech Masters, Podrick Harrington. That was 3 weeks ago, I think now, so here we go.
Well, it'd be a great time to chip it in.
He's had one already.
Yeah, and you know, this is where you've got your hands on the steel of the shaft, your feet in the bunker, playing the ball out of the bunker. But he'd have played this so many times as a kid, when you're messing around the edge of a green, or having some fun with some of the guys when you're playing just for a little bit of practice. So got half a chance. He'd love it to happen right now. He's just pop this up in the air, allow the slope to trundle it to the hole. Go on, turn. Yeah. He's got very educated hands. He's got a great personality. How can you not like Tyrrell Hatton?
Yes, he's pretty chilled away from the course as well. That's the remarkable thing. You get him out of a golfing environment, or at least not during a competitive round, and he's pretty laid back. Golf can do funny things to us, can't it? But that was a delightful little shot, actually even closer than it looked from the camera down the line. Hovland now, after a pretty poor chip shot up from the right-hand side of the green, with this to save his par. If it doesn't go in, it would be 3 shots gone in just a couple of holes. Brilliant, isn't it?
Back to his casual, I'll just brush this one in mode. Took less time over that one. Had a chance to make a putt on the 6th green. Seemed to take a little bit longer when he was over the ball. Missed it. That one was back to his normal pace.
Yeah, just huge for his mindset as well. You go double bogey, bogey to end the back 9, and the shoulders can slump a little bit, but put the double bogey behind you with an excellent par save, a good long putt there, and suddenly a little bit more of a spring in the step as he makes the turn. This also for par for Harrington. .42 in the race to Dubai. You mentioned his good finish in the PGA Championship earlier this year, so even with everything else that's going on, chances are he'll have played his way into the DP World Tour Championship. The top 60 at the end of the season go there at 42nd right now. Might just about have enough points on the board.
Yeah, well, I suppose there was a minor kind of little flutter. Well, finished 4th in the PGA, you could play his way on, but he quickly dismissed that.
Hatton does tap in for what was a very adventurous bogey.
Well, not in birdie territory, Westwood there, 194, way in the left rough. So it'd be very hard to get this one close. He's probably looking at right edge of the green, really. If he can find a way to get it on there, he'd be doing well. If he pitches it on the green, it'd be hard to hold it. He was aiming for that right edge, didn't quite make it. But here's a stat. Out of these 6 players, because he's played so much more than the others, I was saying his 29th appearance, he's made more than 100 birdies than the other players. So he's made 280 birdies. I think the next, or 260 birdies. The next one is 156, Harrington. So Harrington's made plenty, but he's made a load more.
Well, I reckon Shane Lowry, the way he plays around here, has made quite a few per round. A chance there, it just crept over that slope at the front of the green and hangs on.
Oh, he laid up, did he? I'm on him, so.
Fabrizio Zanotti and Masahiro Kawamura, a couple of holes left to play at 7 and 6 under respectively. Laurie Cantor in search of a maiden European Tour win. Well, he got himself into contention a few times last season. Couldn't quite get it done. But right there in the European Tour's flagship event, the BMW PGA Championship. What a way to break through and get a first win that would be, Warren.
Oh my gosh, not often. You can go. Did you hear that?
Absolutely.
All right, you can go. Yeah.
So, start of the back nine for Harrington. Got to have a very good back nine if he wants to be here for the weekend. Got to have maybe one of his best ever back nines. Go in the hole. Whoa. Well, he started in brilliant fashion.
Shouted for left. As you heard from Harrington there, the guy shouted for left. It was a lovely shot all the way. Hovland would like to put a good swing on this, even though he did save his par on the previous hole. It was a bit of a battle. Another good swing to get him back in the groove would certainly help here. And he's delivered. Tyrrell Hatton 9-2 on for the par here. We've seen two excellent tee shots from his playing partners. 9-2, birdie or better. All relies on hitting the green. If he misses it left, that bogey or worse at 11-1 is suddenly right there and probably the favourite. He has missed a couple of shots left today, but that's a really good one into the heart of the green. He'll be putting uphill. With the tee shot, Fleetwood. He certainly is third rather than second here.
Going.
He's threatened for 2 or 3 hole outs today, Tommy Fleetwood. And that should save his par, hopefully. Look at what Westwood's got as we see Tommy Fleetwood tap in the background. It's a pretty significant slope that he stood on there, isn't it, Westwood? It looks relatively flat on the screen, but certainly not.
Yeah, and this is not, you would say, Westwood's forte. Tight lie here. Fringe cut really low. Got to go across a little swale. Needs to pitch this halfway up the green at least and have it in fairly low. Oh, he's gone for the aerial route. Probably needed to pitch it in the same place, a little bit lower. It was skid on. That's, I think, caused from the early moisture. The little bit of rain we've had softened things up.
There's that train you were expecting.
Coming from London, that direction. Going up to Wokingham that way.
Where we're staying this week, not far from Wokingham. Went for a lovely curry in the town last night. Absolutely charming. Great pickle tray. Thoroughly recommend it. So Shane Lowry having a look from behind the hole at his birdie putt. He's already had 4 of them on the front 9, no dropped shots. It's been a very accomplished performance to this point. And Warren, you said at the start of the day he's a streaky putter, and it's hot for him today.
Yeah, it's got certainly an outside chance here. He can be bold with this putt, Lowry, coming up the slope. Good roll, aggressive putt. Like to see that.
So look at the tee shots on the 10th, and yeah, Harrington just 2.5 feet, wonderful shot, bouncing it in off the bank. Hatton and Hovland both with makeable birdie putts though, and it's Hovland going first. Oh, pours another one in. It's one of those, would he have made that birdie if the long putt for par on the 9th hadn't have gone in? Well, we can speculate all we want, but it did. He has. And that's what the best players in the world do. Great stuff. Westwood to save his par and stay at 1 under. And we said it not long ago, the margins are so fine. He slips back to 2 over par for the round. And it just doesn't feel like he's playing that badly. He's just the odd little miss here and there, and a couple of putts don't drop. Birdie putt for Hatton to bounce back from the bogey on 9. He knew it was going to trickle away to the right early. So he starts his back 9 with a par, Tyrrell Hatton. He's 3 over for the tournament. Cut line still looking around about 1 under. Which means we're going to need to see some fireworks from him over the remaining 8 holes.
I think we can give Harrington this putt here as the sun comes out. Makes his 2 on 10 to start the back 9.
4 left shout on the tee shot from someone in the crowd, and he walks off with a birdie. He knew it was good when he hit it.
That's the view you get from the tee as you're playing this 10th. Used to be a tree right in the middle that you would play over. That's been taken away. Do not want to miss this green left today. Otherwise you've got almost an impossible shot to get it close. So anything hole high right of this hole, you've got a straight uphill putt. That will be the ideal place to hit it. Brave man to take Harrington's line.
A lot of fans there. 25,000 of them expected here at Wentworth today and each day over the weekend. I thought it was buses that came along too in quick succession when you've been waiting for a while.
It's amazing, isn't it? I've noticed, I haven't heard a train for a long while, and then suddenly they all appear.
So we saw Harrington hit it inside 10.5 feet. Can his countryman Shane Lowry 9-1 under 10.5 feet? Well, I like those odds. The way he's playing, his strength with the irons. It's not the easiest pin position on this green to get it in close to, though. As we saw, Harrington had to land it on the bank left.
Yeah, wind swirling around here at Wentworth sometimes. There's only a light breeze out there. Some flags you don't have to go at. sometimes middle of the green is pretty good, or sometimes 20 feet right of a pin. Yeah, he's certainly got the feel of the delivery of the club into the ball today. Hit a lot of shots just on the right distance.
I think the slope might have done us for the inside 10.5 there. I think if that's a flat green and it releases straight, I think we're just inside it, but at 3 or 4 feet it moved away further from the pin as it was rolling. I think we're outside 10.5 feet.
I don't think Shane will be worried about that. I think he'll be very happy to have the 12-footer uphill. I think Tommy would take that as well.
So it's 10-1, slightly longer odds for Tommy Fleetwood to get it in there close. I'm going to keep backing them. I'm going to go for each one of them. I'm going to back it inside 10.5 feet. Only need one of them to do it and we're in profit. Stop. Yeah, that looks 12.5 feet to me.
I think that flag is a hard
It
spot.
is.
Yeah, I think the only way to get it close is to do what Harrington did. Almost, you're pitching it up on that left edge of the green and have it running down the slope.
Well, 10-1 for Westwood as well. I said I'm going to back each one of them to get it in. Hope that one of them does inside 10.5 feet. I think this is my last chance, unless the camera angle is deceptive for that Fleetwood shot, and it is a little bit closer than it looks.
Yeah. Well, it's panning out a little bit like yesterday, isn't it? Your touch,
My crystal ball.
your little crystal ball seemed to be good on the front 9. It was not so shiny on the back. I think I might.
Well, you stepped up to the plate on the back 9, so you had some great predictions yesterday. I'm still holding out the slenderest bit of hope that Tommy Fleetwood one might be 10 foot 4.5 inches. But let's have a look at some of Fleetwood's highlights so far.
Well, this was an absolute gem. Second par 3 of the day to a back flag. Pitched it in the perfect spot as it just trundled down towards the hole, and it looked with a little bit more pace as if that could easily have gone in on the right line, but he'd make the 2.
Yeah, his iron play has been strong today. This was his approach on the 6th. Super control, left it below the hole. He wouldn't convert that for birdie, unfortunately.
Rain came down pretty heavy as he was playing to the 7th. Didn't worry Tommy, excellent shot again. That was a gimme.
And a hole later, the aggressive tee shot, 3-wood, a long way down the hole. He was pretty aggressive with the wedge, judging that little slope just to the right of the hole really nicely.
Unfortunately for him, he wouldn't make the putt. Westwood, who was an inch or 2 closer, did. And he's made a 2 on the 2nd. He made a 2 on the 5th. His tee shot to 10. Is he going to make 3 2s?
Well, he
on
might
his
well
card?
do. I'm still hoping that's somehow just inside 10.5 feet, but we'll await confirmation one way or the other. Whether it's just inside or just outside of it. Great opportunity for his 3rd 2 of the day. Will be Westwood to go first, though. Tied 67th as things stand on level par.
they have a little sign on the scoreboard letting players know what the cut line is. I don't think Lee, with all his experience, is going to worry about that too much. Might glance and look at it, but I don't think he'll take any notice. He'll carry on playing his own game. So we know this one is going to break significantly from left to right. So a lot of break on this putt, and as it starts to break right, goes down the hill, will gather pace.
Yeah, if Lee Westwood were to miss the cut, with Shane Lowry going so well this week, as we said, him just behind Lee Westwood for that last spot, could be an anxious weekend for the Englishman if he wasn't playing in terms of Ryder Cup qualification.
But if you were Harrington, would you leave Westwood out of your side?
Well, he didn't play in Paris. Ryder Cup prior to that, got 0 points, so he's been an absolute stalwart through the years, and, well, here's the heather. Victor Hovland is in it.
Almost went backwards, didn't it?
Over his left shoulder, it's quite a good trick shot, that, but...
Yeah, Phil Mickelson special. He's been in a few spots, hasn't he? He was in a terrible spot on 8, made double bogey. He's not going to make double bogey here, you wouldn't have thought, but... 14 feet for Lowry.
Ooh. Oh, if that's 14 feet.
No, it's 10 or 11, isn't it? It's 11 or 12.
Well,
feet.
10 or 11, that's the difference.
Right,
10 and a 10
I meant
feet
11,
5 is
11 or 12. It's going to be out.
And this is 18 to 5 to go in for Shane Lowry. He's had the hot putter in the group, no doubt about it. Sun comes out. Does the ball go in? Well, Lee Westwood had one on the previous hole. Shane Lowry's had one there. A bit of a horseshoe.
Horseshoes are supposed to be lucky. Luck of the Irish, but neither were lucky.
But still, an exceptionally solid scorecard from Shane Lowry. Those 4 birdies, all the rest pars. Putting together a very, very nice round of golf here on Friday at Wentworth. Right, are we going to see the distance? Well, he's 18 to 5 to hole it. Oh, the heartbreaking news has just come into my headphones. He's 12 feet away. Can we get a referee out there? I need a second ruling on that.
3 twos on the card for Tommy Fleetwood today. That's come about from the excellence of the tee shot. Nice to have those. They make a huge difference on the old scorecard. Play 3 holes and 6 shots. Another view of it. You see the amount of borrow well outside the right edge.
And those fans 5 or 6 deep around the green. So this is Hovland's 3rd. We saw him have to sort of hack out from the heather. The ball went virtually over his left shoulder. He just needs to ride this slightly untidy little period, and well, he's showing us some recovery skills. Start calling him Houdini with these escapes.
So long through the ball. Always a good sign that with a player rifled it at the flag. This is not a good sign for a player. In amongst the tree roots and heather and... Yeah.
Whose umbrella is this? Mine. You want it? I'm moving it. I don't want it. It won't help me hit the shot, but...
Yeah, an umbrella certainly won't help him hit this shot, and he needs all the help he can get. You can see the twigs around it, a really scruffy lie. Trees to deal with.
I think even if he can get this into the left-hand bunker, he'd be doing well. Trying to keep this one down underneath the branches and cut it. You're playing from an elevated position. This is really hard. Almost standing too far away from it.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, well.
He did get it to cut, but now he's in position Z. Wow, he knows. Absolutely dead now.
I mean, that absolutely flew off the club face, didn't it? Made far better contact than I think he was expecting with the way that was lying. We saw the close-up and it came out pure, too pure, unfortunately. As Lowry, Westwood and Fleetwood wait back on the 11th tee. Fleetwood's just creeping his way into this tournament, 4 under par, tied for 12th. Already said off the back of the runner-up finish last week at the DS Automobiles Italian Open. And it was his first stroke play top 10 since the Arnold Palmer Invitational. So it was overdue and very much needed.
Play downhill, see all the fairway beneath you. Very thick rough left over the left-hand bunkers. Don't go there.
Get right. Right.
Maybe in the rough. Don't quite know which patch of rough. But that is the thickest rough on any hole down the left of 11.
You can wait wherever you want. He's just going over there.
Lowry just waiting for the players to play onto the green on 10. It's not the ball landing so much that puts players off, it's the sudden cheers and cries from the crowd.
He played alongside Fleetwood when he picked up that maiden major championship as well in the Open at Portrush. Shane Lowry, Tommy Fleetwood beaten into second on that day.
It's a great spot to be around the 10th. There's a few little places we can get some food to eat and drink. Vantage point, you can see the green, 10-7, tee shots on 10 and 11.
Yeah, super tee shot, 286 yards carry, and Lowry has come into 7-1 to win the tournament. Tommy Fleetwood in this group at 25-1, and Lee Westwood 400-1, as you would expect. Level par, 10 shots back of Laurie Cantor, who's now at 10 under.
I suppose out with the driver, got to be aggressive now over the next 8 holes.
Go left! Left! Oh!
If that's left of the spectators, we saw there's even more heather over on that side. If you find it, you struggle to get the ball back in play. Matt Fitzpatrick was in that neighbourhood yesterday and pretty much went from heather into the thick rough down the left-hand side. Westwood has cooled off somewhat this summer in terms of his form. Those back-to-back finishes on the PGA Tour that Warren mentioned. Well, he's positioned Z down the fairway. Terrell Hatton positioned Z over the back of the green, but that's a sublime touch.
Well, that's unbelievable. You've almost got to play a controlled fluff shot. Played it with a lot of height. It came out absolutely dead. Well, he's just played a miracle shot there.
It's entertaining his round at the moment, Tyrrell Hatton, isn't it? Seeing some very unusual bits of the golf courses. Harrington just misses on the high side. Ryder Cup captain, of course, Podrick Harrington. He played in 6 of them between 1999 and 2010, on the winning side 4 times. Brings a wealth of experience to that role. And this man crouching down, Victor Hovland, is one of the players he will be leading at Whistling Straits. And this would be some par save from the heather down the right for the Norwegian. And it goes. So he's battling hard now through this middle stretch of the round. It's not been smooth sailing for Hovland. That double bogey after chipping into the water on 8. Hold a long par putt on 9. Good approach on the par 3 10th, but again out of position and having to one putt for a par there, but he did so. Podrick Harrington, about 4 or 5 feet for his par.
Stand, thank you.
There it goes. He stays at +3. Should clear the way for Tyrrell Hatton to tidy up as well after that absolutely superb flop shot from long of the green. And it goes. So like Podrick Harrington, Tyrrell Hatton at 3 over par for the tournament. Holes running out though. The 12th is a par 5, 17 and 18 also par 5. So there are chances, there's opportunity for Harrington and Hatton to force their way inside the cut line. Fleetwood, we saw it go down the left and it's caught the bunker. Just 125 yards to go. And he looks far enough back in the bunker, he'll be able to get it all the way there. Lowry in prime position, 127 yards left to a pin. 23 yards on.
Sorry? Yeah, I can see everything.
So Englishman won 7 of the last 12 BMW PGA Championships, and that's a look at the live odds for who will finish top Englishman this week. And Justin Rose, who will be getting his 2nd round underway a little later this afternoon, 7-2. Laurie Cantor, the man who is currently leading but has just made a bogey to drop back to 9 under par. He's 18-5, 2nd favourite in that market. And this man, Tommy Fleetwood, 15-2 as we stand, 4 under par, playing his 2nd shot from the bunker left of the 11th fairway. But those odds might have just lengthened a touch after that. Up a long way short of the green in the thickish rough, with serious work to do to save his par.
Yeah, don't get it. It's a very shot like that. The whole way we're playing probably going to put back in it. Straight on. Straight on. All right.
27 yards, as we saw for Lowry. A little sawn-off follow-through. Very nicely judged. He's thinking his way around this golf course excellently, leaving himself the right side of the hole, not getting himself into too much bother. A reasonably stress-free morning for him so far, and picking up the birdies when the opportunities present. Well, Westwood, after going way left off the tee, he was able to get it back onto the fairway with his second shot. This the third then. And like Victor Hovland, it's a good one. Gives himself a little bit of a longer putt than the Norwegian down that slope, but a chance. And here is the Norwegian up on the 12th, the second of the par fives, driving over those trees in front, not in play for the pros at all. And that is a towering ball flight. Another hole that suits a draw, and he has pummeled one down there. Crowds are absolutely superb out there. Obviously this one of the marquee groups, feature group this morning here on the European Tour Betcast. And understandably, the punters on the ground keen to see these guys in action. So many of the players, especially the English players, will have come to this tournament as kids, inspired by seeing their heroes in action up close and personal, no doubt. Plenty of youngsters in the crowd today who we might hear from as professional golfers in the future. So Terrell Hatton going with the fade, but still finds the fairway.
Norwich.
A great angle of what faces Tyrrell Hatton now. Can't see the bottom of the flagstick. He's had a little wander up there just to pick exactly the spot he wants to land it on, to really get a feel for the distance.
Make sure you give it a chance to get back up top. It runs the past there, yeah.
Well, this is a real field shot for Fleetwood. It's going to have to play for some release out of this thick stuff. Had to carry the bunker. Always tough out of there because you never quite know. It's a 50-50. How's it going to come out? It's going to come out racing across the green. As it come out dead? That one came out a little bit dead on him. Willett, 5 under par, former winner round here, major champion, is going well. Stenson at 4 under.
Willett started with a bogey today, but 4 birdies on the trot to close out a front 9 of 32. Henrik Stenson, a man very much in the conversation for a Ryder Cup pick if he can have another good finish this week. 3rd, 4th and 15th in his last 3 starts. Has just dropped a couple of shots around the turn though. He went birdie, birdie, birdie early on. Bogeyed 9 and 10 though, so he was up to 6 under, now back to 4. So Tommy Fleetwood, 11 to 1 to make this putt. You have to say it would be a surprise if it did go in. It's not an easy one, it is uphill. So he can be aggressive, but it's a long way away. So 16-1 on. Looks like the play.
You don't hold too many of these. He doesn't want the double bogey, so you don't think he's going to rush it past the hole.
I was squirming in my seat a moment there, obviously wanting it to go in for Tommy. Great try.
Yeah, perfect pace there. Gave it a good chance, not too far past. So every chance of it going in.
Lowry, 15 feet and 4 inches, 6 feet and 9 inches for Westwood. For Westwood, of course, that is for par. And those green dots are the putts that have gone in. So Lowry just about on the outer range of that in terms of distance of what we've seen hold today.
Well, as we've said, he's made a few. He's come close. Even on the last hole, it didn't go in from, well, inside this distance, but he did horseshoe it out. And from here, uphill putt, be aggressive. Don't have to worry about the one coming back.
Well, he was aggressive.
Well, this is a must-make shot for Hatton. Got to find the green, got to give himself a chance for an eagle. And he's got it on the green, and he does have a chance for an eagle. Birdie's acceptable, eagle would be better. First of the par fives on the back nine.
A little look at how Lee Westwood has worked his way down this 11th hole to set up this 6'9" putt for par.
And you've got to say, from this distance, you've got to be holding more of these than miss them, but it's made all the harder because it's straight downhill. Well done, Lee Westwood.
And a super par save off of that tee shot. A little bit of sun on the faces, looks almost quite pleasant out there now, warm.
Well, it's definitely not cold out there. I mean, we may be into autumn. Let's hope we get a nice Indian summer. It's not been the greatest of summer in the UK so far. I said Lowry didn't have to worry about a 3 putting from where he was, but this is no gimme. But the way he's putting, nicely brushed in.
It's no surprise to see someone like Shane Lowry with such a good record around Wentworth and doing well again this week. It's a course that will inevitably ask questions of your short game and recovery skills. You are going to miss fairways and greens, and you need a sharp short game to save par when out of position. That's a par for Fleetwood.
Played well, Tommy, but just a few too many bogeys on the card. 3 today, couple yesterday. So they go to this par 5, 520 yards, where you play it over the trees. Aim at that first right-hand bunker as the whole dogleg's right to left. And it's one of those awkward pin locations with that front pretty severe slope on the edge of the green here, so to get it up onto the top tier and keep it there, because anything going long goes where they had the flag cut yesterday in that back right section. So the more you can hug it down the left side, but not too much down the left side, it would give you a really good line into the pin today. If you hit it hard on the left edge of the fairway, you could get blocked out by the trees on the dogleg,
We've got a longest drive hole, 15-8, Shane Lowry, 19-10, Tommy Fleetwood, Lee Westwood, 11-5. Fleetwood is just the longer, statistically.
But will he use the driver? That doesn't look as if it's going to be on the fairway. So that one's not going to count, and he's going to be blocked out. So not a good tee shot for Lowry.
Oh, it does look like Fleetwood's got the driver. I've said he's slightly the longer. He wasn't the favourite. Of course, we have now seen Lowry miss the fairway, but I'd have been tempted to go with Fleetwood anyway, on the basis that statistically he's the longer. You see him reach for the driver, and he wasn't the favourite, so you're getting slightly more generous odds.
Yeah, we have seen some players, they fancy the 3 would aim it at the right-hand bunkers, take those out of play, 300. Now they're bringing the traps into play down the right, so it's a narrower shot. So they're back in their skill. Doesn't look anything wrong with that. Does it get much straighter than that? That's the frozen rope.
Westwood giving up distance on his 2 playing partners off the tee, but he is the more accurate of the 3. So the bookies think that this is going rough or other from Tommy Fleetwood. That's 6-5. Well, I've backed him for longest drive, so I'm going to say he finds the fairway, but it's under 300 yards.
This is left rough. Once again, your crystal ball is as shiny as ever. No dust on it whatsoever.
Well, Lee Westwood, he's the shorter of the 3 statistically, but as we know on these long drive holes, you have to hit the fairway for it to count. He was the only one that did there, so he takes the longest drive honours on that hole. He was the outsider.
You see on that leaderboard, Thomas Peters at 7 under. Where has he been? Now, eagle putt for Hatton.
How, I think he's saying there.
Well, you've seen this fella hold quite a few putts today. Can he roll another one in? Not quite. Well, he's just inside the cut mark. Could have done with the birdie there, Victor Hovland. Tied 52nd, but 1 under par at the moment because there's so many players concertinaed at the bottom end. 1 under par is the mark as it stands.
Yeah, looking at the forecast for this afternoon, there is still a little bit of rain in it. Not too much wind to speak of, although 2 or 3 miles per hour more potentially as we go into the afternoon. So just the 1 birdie on the card for Harrington. That came with the 2 at the 10th. Can he get back to just a couple over? Yes, he can. So a nice start to the back 9 for Harrington. Birdie, par, birdie.
Well, just having a look at how the course is playing. Yesterday, the average score 72.19 went up in the afternoon a lot because When we left play in the morning, it was just under par, wasn't it? 71, or was it even lower than that? Might have been lower than that a little bit. Today, round 2, early suggestion 69.9. So scoring has stayed pretty constant, even though the weather this morning a little bit worse for these early starters. A little bit more rain than the players had yesterday. So again, maybe indicating the cut is going to stay at about 1 under.
So distance-wise, all not too far one another for their shots off the tee there. Of course, Lowry and Fleetwood lost a little bit of run by finding the rough down the left. They both got 192 yards in. Westwood hit the fairway. It's 196 left for the Englishman. And now favourite to win the hole, Warren.
Yeah, well, it should be. I mean, he's only got a 6 iron here. Not a long shot. Can't think that he'd be thinking about 7, be forcing it up there. So it's got to be just a nice 6.
Feels like it's likely that a couple of players will make birdie here.
And take a good birdie from the other two, because they're in thick rough, won't be able to have a go at the green, I don't think. Need some height here to this front flag. He didn't like it, but I don't think there's much wrong with that.
I think they can get it pretty close, even if they can't get it on here. It is thickish rough, but they can certainly get it down there. And with Sean Lowry's short game and the way he's playing today, you back him to make 4 from there?
It's to a front flag. It's a big slope. He's got to play a really good pitch from there. You wonder sometimes whether it's better to leave it further back, play a longer shot in.
Another lobber, like a 3/4, hands or shoulders. Yeah, I like to get in the fairway, means give yourself an easy shot.
And I think that's what it looks like Fleetwood is opting to do.
I think it's a better play to the front flag. Sometimes you just get too near the green. Yeah, no, I think that's better. So he can play a full shot with a lob wedge. He can then be aggressive through the ball, control the spin, hopefully get it close.
So 1 or 2 errant tee shots from Victor Hovland creeping into his game. Can he find the fairway here on the 13th? Well, he's picking up the tee pretty quickly.
Do you think he'd ever know how to hit a soft driver shot? Do you think that's in the repertoire?
I'm not sure it's in the repertoire of too many modern younger players.
Yes. No, I don't. I think you're right there.
Shane Lowry may be asking Lee Westwood what it's like to be in a Ryder Cup.
You say that, but I think Fleetwood's got the soft driver. He can hit the full-blooded shot, or he can hit the one that just takes a little bit off it, as can Lowry.
He's a bit more old school, isn't he, Fleetwood? That sawn-off follow-through, manipulating the flight a bit more.
I think the more shots in your repertoire, the better player you must be, because you've got more resources.
And no coincidence that both Lowry and Fleetwood, who you say have that shot, grew up playing links golf.
Yes. Well, absolutely. Yeah, if you can't control the balls and the spin, you're not going to get around a links course.
It's going to be a tiny bit hurt.
Westwood with the par 5s.
It's just perfect shoulders, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely money. Stiffness.
Just a little bit of hurt, so a little bit of breeze into him. Just stiff this, the last words from his friend and caddy. Ball a little bit below the start, so that's going to put a bit more height on the shot. Club face is a little bit more open.
Tough.
Okay. Hard to see from there exactly how far. Do you think that's 10 feet?
Yeah, I think that's perhaps a little longer than it might look with the way that green slopes at the front. You heard him say there, perfect shoulders. That just meant the hands wanted to go back to shoulder height. So a lot of players work out their pitching distances when it's not a full swing. What is the length of backswing? The clock face is a popular way to do it as well. If you want a shorter shot, shorten the backswing. Keep the pace and tempo through the ball the same so you're not quitting on it. So Adam Scott right now is the 6-1 favourite to win. He's not on the golf course yet in his second round. Shane Lowry 13-2 just outside him. Laurie Cantor 9-1. Happy Barnrat, the tied overnight leader, 11-1.
He was looking at the lie. I thought he was on the upslope there, so that should have been a straightforward shot. I wonder if the lie was a bit iffy for him. It didn't seem to come off the club face at all right. It seemed to sort of squirt a little bit straight right. Just wonder whether he was in a little bit of a hole or something.
Yeah, not his finest effort from around the greens, but still with a very makeable birdie opportunity. Kawamura and Zanotti, they're in the clubhouse on 8 under. Laurie Cantor, just one hole left to play, 9 under par. And Happy Barnrat, the tied overnight leader with Christian Bezaiden out on the course. A par start for the tie player. Bezaiden out. Well, one birdie, a couple of bogeys on the card today. So he's just slipped back to 7 under par. Super consistency from Lee Westwood, making the cuts, 10 out of 11. Doesn't feel like he's been in contention enough this year. An eagle putt here would launch him up the leaderboard, and he's 5-1 to make this, Warren.
Well, he eagled 17 yesterday. Can he eagle this one here? Be his 12th eagle. In the last 20 years or so for him, so he's made plenty in his time, but not today. But he is going to be now on the cut mark. So from that point of view, it's taken a little bit of pressure off him. There's 2 par 5s to come, couple of really good par 4s. The next 13 and 15, now the 2 tough holes left. Mind you, there are no easy holes here at Wentworth. Well, we said 10 feet. It's actually 8'9". Give it 9 feet. We're out by a foot. Not much break, though, for Tommy here with this putt.
And these are the type of putts that you feel are the difference for Tommy Fleetwood. His ball striking's normally right up there. It's whether these in this sort of range find the bottom of the cup is the difference between him just making cuts and going through things or getting in contention. It's odds on that it does go in, 11-8. I like the look of that.
I'm saying he makes it. Yes, Tommy. He's such a popular player with most spectators around the world. He's such a genuine fella. Much liked by his peers too.
Yeah, his Mollywood pairing with Francesco Molinari was devastating. 4 points out of 4 in the last Ryder Cup in Paris. 11-4 on for Shane Lowry. It's odds on, short odds. But I think it's going in.
I'm hoping it does. I had a sneaking suspicion.
Did you?
I did. I hope I didn't put him off.
Was that a little bit because of the sort of lingering negativity perhaps he would have been feeling about that little chip shot up from short of the green, that he didn't get it closer? Can that ebb into the next shot.
I just wonder whether it was because of the horseshoe putt on 10. Suddenly you just think, oh, the run's come to an end. Maybe he doesn't think like that at all, I hope not. Hovland to the 13th. Beautifully framed green. Lovely area for the spectators to watch play. They will have enjoyed that. The wafting smell of the hamburger stalls up the next hole. The refreshment area, a little bit of liquid refreshment of the amber type can be taken.
Sounds very tempting. Terrell Hatton with his second shot.
It's just a wedge, look. Wow.
Oh, very good.
See, it's just playing downwind, so it's downwind all the way home now, apart from the 18th, where it'll be a crosswind. But it's only a zephyr, it's just the slightest of breezes, but they'll take anything.
Back on the tee, Westwood with driver, 470 yards, but as Warren said, it's downwind. Get a good one of these away. It's a pretty short approach.
Steady. Whoa. It was very fiery, the ground, at the start of the week. Baking hot sunshine from Sunday through to Wednesday. And then Thursday we had that smattering of rain, and overnight just softened the course down nicely. So there's a nice amount of run now. It's not too fiery.
Yeah, the greens are still pretty receptive. Certainly to shots from the fairway.
Didn't spare the horses with that 3-wood, did he? Gave that some muster.
It's a little bit tight down the left though. Might need a little bit of manipulation for the second shot into this green, which is where we find Victor Hovland. ...2018 US Amateur Champion. He's holed 90 feet of putts today. Well, anything over 100 feet is a really, really good day on the greens, and well, he's only through 12 holes to have holed the 90 feet. He's got this 11-4 that he makes it. Not quite. He won the US Amateur Championship in 2018. It's incredible. When I was looking at, I obviously knew he was a US Amateur Champion, and just in my head I was thinking, well, he's been around long enough now. That must have been what, 2016, 2017? No, just 3 years ago that man was the US Amateur Champion, Victor Hovland.
Looks like he's putting a bit extra into that, and has found the bunker. That's not what he wanted. Lost a bit of balance too in trying to hit that one so hard.
Yeah, Thomas Peters making his way up there, 5 under today, 7 under total. It's a bogey-free round he's got going, 5 birdies on the card. Oh, and so nearly a third birdie of the back 9 for Podrick Harrington.
And this thing about Wentworth, even though you can be a few over par starting the back 9, the fact that there's 3 par 5s, there's a few holes where you can use some wedges if you get a bit of momentum going, and suddenly you can turn things around pretty quickly, finish birdie eagle or eagle birdie. You've always got hope when you're playing here. It's like, oh, there's a little backstop. I've got those 2 par 5s to finish.
13-8 on for this to go in for Tyrrell Hatton. Yes or no, Warren?
I think yes. You can see he's up for this. See just the mannerisms, the way he was going about it. Yeah. You could see it in the eye. You can sense, you know, if I make this birdie putt, I've got 2 par 5s still to come. Things are on.
Your crystal ball was excellent on the back nine yesterday. It's going well again on the back nine today. I think you just need to turn it on and warm it up a bit earlier so it's ready for the front nine.
I need to get a little bit of feeling from the players. I need to know how they're responding to the course and how they're playing. No 2 days are the same. You wake up in the morning and sometimes the body that was really great yesterday isn't great today. They got their A game, B game.
It's an interesting point you make, bearing in mind, you know, we're focusing on the in-play betting and the odds here on the European Tour Betcast. Would you then perhaps recommend to punters that you wait until a few holes in just to get a feel for things, how the course is playing, how certain holes are playing, just to maybe give you that edge over the bookies when you're looking at what might or might not be a good punt?
Well, yeah, definitely when it comes to certain bets. Obviously you can't do that if you want to bet on who wins in that group. Can't wait till you're 9 holes in and you find out that one player's 9 shots ahead of the others.
Well, you can, but you might not get very good odds.
Correct. Yeah.
Certainly, I think some of the putting odds, as we just look at where this Lowry, Fleetwood and Westwood group are, and Lowry is in that left-hand bunker. You know, obviously, Lowry, you mentioned, was a streaky putter. Hasn't had statistically the best putting season, but we saw early on he was getting it going. So you see a few putts go in for him, think, well, he's got the field today.
Yeah, absolutely. €6.5 million earned in the Rolex Series events.
So 9 to 4 on for the par. 5 to 2 birdie or better.
Those trees just make it a little bit awkward. You can see on that line, he's playing right down the line of the trees.
See the pin though, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Hit it.
So probably just want to start this on the right edge of the green. He doesn't mind, he can hit a draw comfortably, just a soft draw, it'll be fine. It's only a short iron in.
His approach play's been really good, which might lead you towards birdie or better, but it's not a pin you want to mess with too much or go firing at. You tend to find them playing long of this pin. That leaves a downhill putt.
Stop.
There's the danger of that front pin. He did try to get cute. Now it's very much the par, the favourite, rather than the birdie. Yeah, pin position can be really important as well, can't it? Whether you're going, this player's going to make par, birdie, bogey, whatever.
Pin position's everything, and course management, how you manage that flag. Ideal line off the tee for Westwood. From here he can aim a little bit left of the flag, drift it to the right if he wants. That wasn't expected, got a bit steep on that, got in his own way. Yeah.
Finds the green side bunker.
Well, this is interesting. He's not quite in the soft sand there, he's in a little bit of compacted sand on the upslope, under 140, so it's only a wedge distance, but he's got to catch this perfectly.
I mean, he's odds on to make the par. It's not a long shot, but
he can get it on the green. Yeah, that's a very good shot. Lie helped him there enormously. Got a tighter lie, might even make the birdie, which he wouldn't have thought he might have had the chance of as he was walking towards that bunker. If he had been in the middle, in an area where it was raked, if he got a little bit of a lie down in the sand, it would have made it tricky.
You can see the upslope that Warren was talking about there helped him really launch it up in the air. A little bit of spin using the slope. And now from out of position. Birdie chances. And Westwood's going to have his work cut out from that greenside bunker. As we go to the par 3 14th. 179 yards, but pretty steeply uphill this. A false front to the green. Tyrrell Hatton launches his tee shot. Oh!
Oh my goodness. Do you know he has had no luck, has he? He has had just no luck today. What a brilliant shot. You think of the troubles and
I mean,
worth another look.
He nearly got the hole in one, which would have secured that BMW that you see behind him. The value of that would be donated to the Alzheimer's Society, and Terrell Hatton would get to keep that car for a year if it had have just gone an inch to the left. So 12 feet 6 inches for Lowry. It is downhill, but very makeable. Lee Westwood from the green side bunker. He struggled a bit from the sand this year. Just getting up and down 45.92% of the time. That has him outside the top 150 for that statistic. With that in mind, 13 to 8 for bogey or worse could be tempting. And now looks excellent value because that's going to be quick down there.
You were right about that road, that path.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. So driving down it, I think disconnected. Is it a wild?
I'm not going to stop and lose weight.
You asked me the question earlier, Warren, if Lee Westwood did somehow slip out of the automatic qualification places, would he get the pick from Podrick Harrington? Because of how competitive it is, and you've got the likes of Justin Rose, Henrik Stenson, Sergio Garcia, Ian Poulter on the outside looking in, also needing a pick. In my mind, I'm thinking Lee Westwood has to get in automatically, or he won't be one of those picks.
Yeah, well, you make a very good point. Well, a lot would depend on how the others play, you know, that are trying to force their way in. But you're right. Oh, that's why there's so many permutations, probably over 20 decent permutations. Fleetwood are able to get the putter at this one.
Comes down to the partnerships that Harrington wants to see as well, and wants to have at his disposal. Of course, Francesco Molinari, who everyone would have thought would be alongside Tommy Fleetwood again. I mean, if you'd have said just after that Ryder Cup that Francesco Molinari won't be in the next one, it would have seemed inconceivable at that time. But he's probably not going to be there, and that means a new partner for Tommy Fleetwood, who will be making his second appearance, Shane Lowry. Well, your instincts have been superb with Lowry on the greens, whether you think he's going to hole it, miss it or whatnot. 13 to 8 as it goes in. More likely that it misses according to the bookies.
I'm going with, I suspect this won't go in, only because of the slope here on this putt for Shane. Pace and line have got to be spot on here.
He's missed a couple that I fancied he had good chances of holing. Maybe just due another one to drop from this kind of range.
That's a bit of a trickler, and anytime you're coming down a slope like that, you've got to get it absolutely perfectly at the start. He didn't quite. A straight left off the blade. But if you'd have said to him, do you want 4 off the tee? They would have taken it. I don't think it was a bogey.
How good was that?
Well, he's always got a great short game. Brilliant.
Stand still on the path, please.
Well, Westwood needs this. He does not want to be dropping shots, having just birdied the par 5 on the previous hole. And again, this one down the slope. Slick, not as slick as some of them on this green to this bottom flag, but a testy one. Oh, well done, Lee Westwood. Not the best of bunker shots, but I don't think he had a great lie in the bunker. He was a little bit unlucky. So those things evening themselves out. Stays on the cut mark. Gritty stuff.
You've always got a chance with that par 5 finish, even if you're 2 or 3 shots outside the cut mark. Tommy Fleetwood taps in. Victor Hovland for his birdie on 14.
Uphill. Outside chance of a 2. Oh, I say, Hovland. How many putts does he hold today?
Absolutely deadly from that kind of range.
Unbelievable. 3 2s on his card as well. The other 2 coming from the defending champion, Tyrrell Hatton, who came so close to the hole-in-one there. In fact, Hatton, if that had gone in, would have been his first hole-in-one on the European Tour.
Really?
Yeah.
So the average proximity there, 26 feet and 8 inches. It is a pin you can be relatively aggressive to. The false front not really in play, but it is on a little tier at the back. Feeds in off the right though, Warren.
Yeah, feeds in off the right, but again, another one of those, it's a back flag, don't go long. Go long into the back rough, then you've got a really tough shot.
And you can see the one ball that did go long into the back rough on line with the pin did result in a drop shot.
It's inviting though, it's, you know, it's not as if the flag is right at the very, very back of the green, so they should be able to force it up there okay.
Right nearest the pin, where's your money?
Well, it's got to be on Fleetwood, hasn't it?
I was thinking that. He's come close to holding out on 3 occasions, a couple on par 3s. And he's 15 to 8, Shane Lowry's shorter odds, so you've got to like that value.
Mind you, having dodged to put it at the last, wouldn't surprise me if Westwood showed them the way. 179 uphill, going to play the more like 185. A little bit of draft behind them. Just a nice 7. And Westwood has showed them the way. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, gorgeous approach from the 48-year-old. And that will take some beating in the nearest the pin stakes.
Oh, it'd be good if they were all 3 close, each one inside the other.
When we saw Hatton almost hole on this hole just about 5 minutes ago, I was thinking in 2 days here on the European Tour Betcast, that's 3 very near holes in one that we've seen. Adam Scott yesterday at the second, earlier on today Tommy Fleetwood, and Tyrrell Hatton just there.
So you're saying we're going to get a hole in one before the week's out?
I think it's coming.
He likes this one as well. Oh, he doesn't like it now. Oh no. Well, I hope he's got a good lie in the bunker, otherwise that's going to be very difficult.
So Laurie Cantor in with a 66. Birdie finish for the man from Bath. 11 under par is the total. Shane Lowry 5 shots back of that, but with holes to play and that par 5 finish, can he work one in close here on the 14th? And he was the favourite for a reason. Well, we thought Lee Westwood's was good, and it was, but Shane Lowry's even better, well worth a second look. Working it in with a bit of draw. Got that hop forward to take it inside Lee Westwood's ball to about 3 feet.
Yeah, Lowry's had 3 hole-in-ones on the European Tour. Of course, one of them at the Masters 2016. Always nice to get one there. Get the special cut glass.
I was going to say, you get something very nice for the mantelpiece with one of those, or an eagle at Augusta National.
Didn't Tommy hole at Masters as well?
Hovland, 3-wood on the 15th. Little stream runs down the right-hand side, so wants to steer well clear of that, and he has done up the left half of the fairway.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood did hole at the Masters this year, so both Lowry and Fleetwood have got a hole-in-one at the Masters. That's a fairly unique little combination. Oh, is Fleetwood not in the bunker?
Well, if that has dived straight into the rough there,
can't be right. That surely
must be in the bunker. I was going to say, if it carried it,
yeah,
it would have bounced.
Bunker. Just a strange graphic there, that he is in the sand, and I hope he's got a good lie, because it is very quick from the edge of the green down towards that flag. It's like glass.
His bunker stats are decent though. 71st for sand saves. Bearing in mind his putting inside 10 feet statistics aren't great, that tells you the approach bunker shots are probably pretty good from him.
Well, this is going to be really good. He's got to pitch this right on the very edge of the green, just over the thickish rough there. Hope he gets a nice little gentle. Oh, he caught the collar and he got the shooter. He was 1 inch out, 1 inch. If that carries 1 inch further, he's probably perfect.
That is so unlucky.
What a nightmare.
Well, on the way to his first major championship, Collin Morikawa did something very similar with a chip shot, I remember rightly. Got a little shooter forward off the collar to set up one of his birdies in the final round on the back 9, so...
Is that an omen? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it helped Collin Morikawa, because his chip shot was coming up a fair bit shorter and it went up to tap-in range. Yeah. Whereas for Fleetwood, the other end of the stick.
Man, he's not lost his turn because of it, but I mean, so well played. You never know how these things turn out. Has dropped 3 shots so far today. It's 3 with the 2 yesterday, 5. If he drops another one here, that's 6. Be a lot of bogeys to have over the first couple of days if you're trying to win.
Yeah, similar for Hovland as well. Both of them 6 birdies today, but a few drop shots on the card. It's 13 to 8 that Tommy holds this. It's uphill. He can be aggressive. He had a similar putt, I think, on the previous hole or the hole before that, and gave it a scare the hole. So, come on, go in. Yeah, he deserves that after that unlucky shoot forward from what was a good bunker shot.
Yeah, that's gutsy. Can just a couple of more birdies. If he can get in at 6 under, finish birdie the last 2 maybe. This an important putt now for Westwood. Get him in well inside the cut lines, on the cut line at the moment as it stands, because things can change, but this would give him a little bit of breathing space.
11 to 4 on to make it, and you think you'd like to finish today at 2 or 3 under. At the very least, just to save yourself with freshen the scoring up in the leaderboard too much, and it does go in.
Yes, just starting to warm the engines up. Maybe just doesn't like those early starts, so if he can make a few more birdies, get a bit of a lie in for tomorrow, that would suit him nicely.
I can empathise.
Yes, what time was your alarm set for this morning?
6:15.
Oh, that late?
Yeah,
Gosh,
lion.
Oh, you had a
today.
lion.
Yeah.
Blimey. Well, I think we can give Shane Lowry this. You wouldn't expect an Open champion to miss this one, and he doesn't.
So a 5th birdie on the card, still bogey free for Shane Lowry. Very much heading in the right direction today. Up to 7 under par. 7 shots back, the defending champion Tyrrell Hatton. Does he like this? He certainly should. So 3 birdies on the bounce for Tyrrell Hatton and a decent look for a 4th. This is what the players face on the 15th.
Such a tough hole, this. See the ditch that goes down the right-hand side. Right of that and right of the trees is OB. OB left as well, so you better be straight. And it requires a pretty decent shot. And another flag that is awkward for the players. Only 8 on, 3 from the left. So in the narrowest part of the green.
Handy little backstop behind it, though.
Yes. 3 wood for Westwood. Well, downwind, you see, well, down breeze, it's only as if a little bit of air movement, nothing really much. And maybe the draw easier with this. Should keep it away from the water on the right. So that's maybe one of the thinking there. To take the driver, normally cut it. So he's trying to take out one side of the course.
Just looking at the numbers for the 14th and the 6 players in our European Tour Betcast coverage. 4 2s and a couple of 3s on that par 3. They made it look easy. So here are the updated odds. Who's going to win? Adam Scott 11-2 favourite right now. Shane Lowry 7-1. The way he's going about his business, I like that. Kiradek Appy Barnrat 9-1. A tie player, 3 pars to start, then a birdie on the 4th. 64 yesterday, 1 over through 4 holes today. Well, that's just found its way into the slightly thicker rough down the left-hand side there.
Stand still, thank you.
So that won't be easy for Lowry, especially with the pin where it is right at the front and only 3 paces from the left. Good looking tee shot from Tommy Fleetwood. Touch shorter with the 3 wood than Lee Westwood there. The last win for Fleetwood came at the 2019 Nedbank Golf Challenge in South Africa, hosted by Gary Player. That event traditionally played in December.
Traditionally, this is a pretty severe slope on 15. Normally a lot of borrow on this putt. One of the more undulating surfaces here. And it's actually been altered by Ernie Els, changed significantly, so not as slopey now as it used to be. There's still plenty of borrow on most putts.
Hatton bang on the same line to the extent he had to move his marker, so he'll have got some handy information from watching Harrington's ball dive left as it moved towards the cup there. A little bit of gardening, repairing some spike marks or blemishes on the green. So birdie at 12, birdie at 13, birdie at 14 for Tyrrell Hatton. This for 4 on the bounce on the 15th.
Are we saying he makes it? I think he's starting to get in the mood. I think the blood is coursing round the veins here. I'm expecting really good things.
God, how does that not turn?
Well, if anyone knows, it'll be the fella that Tyrrell just asked. But it did seem to turn less than Harrington's as it got towards the hole.
I like his mood at the moment. I like the fact that he's animated. I think that's when he plays his best golf. He needs a birdie though. 3 holes left, 2 par 5s. It's okay, manageable.
Hovland for his birdie. To 8 on to make it. What do you think about the amount of time he's taking over this one? You've commented earlier that when he doesn't hang about, they tend to go in.
When he gets over it, there's more time here than normal, but it doesn't make any difference on this occasion, so well worth the extra. But it's another one hoovered in. Yeah, I'd like to know the amount of footage he has holed today, because it's plenty.
He was 90 feet through 12 holes, had a tap in on 13, hold that longish one for birdie on 14 as well, and that one, so I think we can safely say he's well past 100 feet of putts hold today. Who's winning the hole from here, Warren?
Got to land on the green, yeah. That's all I'm saying.
The wind should be
3 yards right at the pin, yeah. Finishing, hitting it, landed. Very good.
Probably the 6-iron here for Tommy Fleetwood, just over 200 yards down the little breeze. Won't be a big one, just a nicely struck shot.
8 out of 14 greens hit.
Does he like it? Did he say, I like it? He does like it. He loves it. Just a splendid shot. How many shots has he hit really close like that? 4?
I was maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
Yeah.
I mean, just brilliant. A man right on song, which is probably why he's missed a few greens and made a few bogeys, because when you're swinging like that and you feel you can attack flags, sometimes you would go at them and then don't quite come off and you end up making bogey, but not because he's playing poorly, probably because he's playing well. Sounds a bit funny.
It makes sense. It makes total sense. You get more aggressive with your lines.
Well,
it's a good finish as well.
I hope he's got the luck of the Irish here. Grass is at least growing with him. 195, might try and muscle a 7 and hope he gets a little bit of a shooter here.
2 to 1 to make bogey from here. He might have pulled it.
If that's in the bunker, that may not be too bad, because although he's short-sighted himself, he's playing uphill. Playing his 44th round is Lowry. He's had 6 bogey-free rounds in the past.
72 for birdie from here for Lee Westwood. I've seen Fleetwood get it in pretty tight. Nice little backstop behind it. It's only been inside 10 feet 3 times today.
better swing there. Didn't get trapped on the inside this time. Okay. See the amount of slope, how much that gathered down the hill.
That's probably 12 or 14 feet, so just outside that 10-foot range, but a good chance.
Oh, this is the right club on this tee for Hovland. Iron out on the short par 4, 16th. Bunkers left and right to try and thread it in between the group of them, and he's done that well.
Nice angle down the left half to the pin. That's 21 yards on and 3 in from the right as well. See Fleetwood there walking down the fairway, just looking through some of his statistics this season. Obviously he's hit a lot of good approach shots in and iron shots off of tees on par 3s as well. Of course, that's from a good lie or from the fairway. His proximity, which is how close he hits it, really does drop off quite steeply when he's playing from the rough in comparison to from the fairway. Now, of course, it does for all players, but there's a far bigger gap for Tommy Fleetwood than there are for most, so it just shows the importance for him of finding the fairways off the tee. If he can do that, he will give himself chances, because as we've seen today, some superb approach play, iron play, wedge shots from the short stuff.
I wonder if that's to do with stature and strength. I mean, he's not the tallest player. Sometimes, you know, the tall, big, strong players, they can get a little bit steeper at the ball, take out some of the grass, but Tommy's height, I mean, he's slight of stature, if that's a nice way of putting it. I mean, he's strong, but
svelte.
Yes.
But no, you're absolutely spot on. He's incredibly fit. He is strong, but he's not in the Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka model.
Yeah, or Dustin Johnson, big, tall, or a Brooks Koepka, you know.
So this season, Shane Lowry's got up and down to save his par from bunkers 48% of the time. It's 5-2 on that he does that on this occasion. What do you think, Warren?
Well, I think it's okay. He's got enough room here to work with, and he can pitch it well up because he's up to the upslope. Oh, and that's his worst bunker shot he has played probably this year. Unless that was in a really bad line we couldn't see. I think he just got too much of the ball, too near it.
I think it's found its way into the bunker over on the opposite side of the green as well.
Well, as with Poulter on the last hole yesterday, I wasn't expecting that. I hope this is not nestled down in the sand. Different shot altogether here, because he can just flop this one out and let the slope and gravity do most of the work for him. Doesn't have to get too cute.
Yeah, that one nicely played from Shane Lowry, but a bit of a shock to the system. It will be a first dropped shot of the day for the Irishman.
Westwood probably would have watched the ball come down the slope of Lowry's, just giving him an idea of what the ball does near to the hole. Doesn't have to worry about pace. And if you can birdie 15, then that really does take a lot of pressure over the closing holes. 16 a short par 4, then 2 par 5s. He's already inside the cut line, so this would be very welcome. And like Tyrrell Hatton, he can't believe that didn't turn. And talking of Tyrrell Hatton, second shot to 16, fly a lie, pin hard right, well back. Look at this, and he's playing some splendid golf now in the latter half of this second round. Got his tail up. He does not want to be missing the cut here, the defending champion. This for Tommy Fleetwood for his 7th birdie of the round. Just a little hair on the left side. Well done, Tommy Fleetwood. So he gets to 5 under, 3rd birdie of the back 9. Pretty colourful card. He could have done without the black figures or the black rings. They're the bogeys. Otherwise, a very good day. Couldn't have placed it better here. Hovland on 16 down the left. Playing to this right flag, just a wedge. Well, after the second shot from Tyrrell Hatton, that's pretty ordinary. And for Shane Lowry, this looked as if it was almost a formality, but it's no formality. A good 4 feet here for his bogey, and well done. So a birdie, a par and a bogey for this group playing 15. Not going to be a 7th bogey-free round here at Wentworth for Shane Lowry, but it's still a very good day in the office for him. Can get better with the birdieable next 3 holes. Just having a little look at that bunker. What was I doing there? This is how it looks off the 16th. The 2 spectacle bunkers down the right is the aiming point for the players. Left-hand one would be the one they'd be looking at. Keep it short of that. If you can get it left half of the fairway, gives you a really good line into the flag, which is just cut over a little hog's back ridge. So if you get it over that slope in the little bowl on that back right section, you've got a great chance of a 3. Anything falling off right or left into a grassy swales, you don't want to tangle with that. And the bunkers, really, with the wedge in the hand, if you hit it in there, then that is a very poor shot.
It's good golf from these guys today, Lowry and Fleetwood. They're both 4 under par for the round. Lee Westwood, it's been a bit more of a battle. Level par for the round, but 2 under for the back 9. Please?
Thank you. Well, Westwood's right on the mark for his average round here in round 2 is 72.04. So he'd like a decent finish and help the average along a bit. Experienced enough Fleetwood here to know iron is only real club required off this tee. I think that's his version of Tiger's stinger shot, isn't it? That curtailed follow through.
It's the way he hits most of his shots, in all honesty, and finds the fairway, which, as I was saying not that long ago, makes a huge difference for him in terms of how close he can hit his approach shot. Lee Westwood following suit with the iron. stay out of there. Well, it has.
Did that catch the trees? Did it get a flick off the branches?
Got a soft bounce, which was handy as it was flirting with that left-hand creek there, the penalty area. He hasn't had a top 15 since those back-to-back runner-up finishes over on the PGA Tour at the Arnold Palmer Invitational and the Players' Championship earlier this year, Lee Westwood.
What do you think the average score these three players are going to be on this hole today? So if I told you that in 41 rounds between them on day 2, their average on the 16th hole is 4.15.
Well, that's interesting. Obviously, Lee Westwood's somewhat out of position down the left-hand side coming from the rough, but Lowry and Fleetwood safely found the fairway. They're both playing pretty well. Maybe one of them makes birdie.
So you're saying average score is going to be 1 under on this hole?
Between 1 under and level par, because
I'm going to go level.
For point of difference, I'm going to say 1 under par then, but I would slightly err towards level over 1 under, but I'm going to say 1 under. Hovland for his birdie putt on 16.
I was about to say, shall we give it to him? Blimey O'Reilly. Wow.
I think that's another 3 inches added to his total. It could have been 20, 25 feet, but just 3 inches there.
That's probably what he thought about it, really. Groaning.
Westwood making his way up the left-hand side to where his ball is. We've seen it is just so difficult to control out of that thicker rough. It's dried out a little bit now, but it's the density of it.
That's interesting. He is way ahead of Helen, his caddy, way ahead of all the others. Does that make you think he's a little bit anxious? Not strolling up there in his normal easy stride. Hatton for another birdie. Needs it. Oh, is he trying too hard now?
Again,
oh, I can't
wondering why it didn't move.
Why me?
He's had his chances today. He's recovered nicely, but he could have had 2 or 3 more birdies quite easily.
I think he tried to drill that one in, taking out some of the break, but
his caddy, Mickey Donaghy in the background there, taking notes. They've made a great partnership.
He's still muttering. He's still muttering, but he's animated.
Engaged.
Yes. He does not want to give up his title easily. Yeah, I think that says that Lee Westwood is blocked out here. Trees down the left-hand side means he can't see the green. And that becomes a really tricky shot now. He's got to hit some sort of hook shot with a wedge in his hand. If he takes the 9-iron, then he's going to go long. He's just got too much power. So he's got to keep it low a little bit and draw it, or he's got to go for a lot more hook.
How much?
He's not a hooker. This is not a shot that he knows how to play, really. Tell him to play a cut shot, fine. But hook a shot with a lot of loft in your hands coming from the rough, I don't think he's going to knock this on the green.
I was going to say, how much more difficult is it to get that movement on the ball when you're going to get grass trapped between club face and ball at impact?
Well, it's tricky, and especially when you're not happy with, would you even know how much hook spin to put on this, or how much to close the face down? This is tricky. Try to roll the hands over. be on the bank of the green there, but not bad. Watch out. Watch it. He's not going to hold back here. Tight drive, out of bounds left. Small little fairway. Uh-oh. This is OB. That's going left, left, left.
Come out.
Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe this.
How's your luck, Victor Hovland? Well, Tommy Fleetwood did something similar down the left of 17 yesterday. That's a good approach.
How many have we seen though been thrown out by the trees? Nearly every single one that's gone and hit a tree has come out on the fairway.
I think 5 or 6 we've seen, and perhaps only 2 or 3 that have kind of gone in and gone deeper.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, we have had 1 or 2 go deeper. But I'm thinking the ones that hit it tree height, high up, they've been spat out almost every time.
Got to fancy this one to go in pretty close, 115 yards.
It's just a nice gap wedge. Probably going to play more like a little bit of breeze behind, might take off 5 yards, so 110. Probably just too far for a lobber. Three-quarter gap wedge.
A good one, yeah?
Yeah, a good one.
Yeah, gaining a couple and then...
Yeah, gaining a couple.
He's got sneaky decent form here at Wentworth. 3 top 20s in his last 6 starts. Tied 6th in 2015. It's not bad.
Must find the fairway. Must find the fairway.
All right.
That's down the right. Cameraman pointing. That looked to be outside of the tree line. And there's a look at how things stand. Overnight tied leaders Kiradek, Appy Barnrat and Christian Bezuidenhout. Bezuidenhout level par for his day with 1 to go at 8 under par. Appy Barnrat 1 under, a third of his second round in the bank. 1 under par for it, 9 under total. Laurie Cantor at the top. You see Tommy Fleetwood, part of our European Tour Betcast coverage at the BMW PGA Championship this morning. 4 under on the day, 5 under total. Victor Hovland as well. 4 under par total. Danny Willett, a former winner here, also at 4 under. Ross McGowan, one of Warren's outside picks early on yesterday. Going along very nicely. Richie Ramsey had things going earlier. Went out in 31, but 2 bogeys and 7 pars on his back 9. He came back in 39 for a 70. Henrik Stenson, 3 under par. He's going to need to do something pretty special, you would think, from here to get himself in with a shout of a Ryder Cup place. And there are 2 men you would very much expect to see in action at Whistling Straits. '40th in the world, Shane Lowry. 31st in the race to Dubai. Playing like this, you can bet your bottom dollar that number will improve. Both of those rankings should be going in an upwards direction, especially with a good result here. Fleetwood just ahead of him at 37 in the world.
Ounce hard, and it was there, just an ounce.
Lowry stays at 6 under, and Tommy Fleetwood with a similar putt to join him on that number. There you can see just outside 20 feet. The green dots are the putts that have been made today. The blues are the misses.
Yeah, not much movement in this for Tommy. Relatively straight. Oh, just went across the face of the hole at the end. A little bit harder, may well have held up there. It's one of those caddies ones, isn't it? Slightly straight.
It's difficult when it is pretty straight. As golfers, we all have a natural shot shape, like to see a shape certainly in the long game, and I think that often mirrors through into the putts as well. If you tend to see the ball left to right in the long game, you can find those shape of putts perhaps a little bit easier. Just used to setting the ball off left of its target. Victor Hovland, after that incredible break, bouncing out of the trees on the left, saved him from going OB. Can he take advantage of it?
I think he's just playing this one down the course. Got a fairly lofted club there. Trying to hit a shot over the trees, over the corner of the out of bounds, but he's blocked it away right. I think it'd be quite a long way back.
There's Tyrrell Hatton, went way right off of the tee. That short grass behind him, that's a little turf nursery. So it might well be that he's taken a drop off of there.
If he has, he's got a massive break actually, because the actual rough around there is actually not too long, so he's got a chance to get it over the top of the trees, but he's got even better than that because he's got some sort of hybrid or even a metal wood. Has he got a gap through the trees? Can he get it underneath? He's obviously going for length. He's got absolute coconut lie there.
And if he has got a line through or under the trees, it's a pretty decent angle to come into this 17th from. It's not one you'd play for because you need a lot of luck to have any kind of shot from over here, but
I can't see where the gap is though, because it's just solid line of trees, so he's either trying to go underneath them and hit some sort of chaser. If he's got a gap, he's the luckiest player out there. Maybe his luck is changing, but got a feeling this is high tariff.
Well, he's in the top 10 on the PGA Tour for proximity from outside 200 yards, but not all outside 200 yard shots are created equal.
He went for the low one and he went for the low chaser, and look at this. Now that is just tremendous shot.
What a result. Fortune favours the brave. Got a bit of good fortune with where the tee shot ended up, being able to take a drop on a pretty nice bit of turf, but the aggressive second shot rewarded.
This is really supremely brave, and backing your skill level. See the height that ball took off. It was underneath the branches of the trees. Then it took off over the hill. And now he's got a great chance of making four. Bit of good fortune. Can he chip it in? But last time I said that, look what happened to Ian Poulter on the last hole. I'm saying nothing more.
Well, the spectators enjoying their day out, and one or two of those videos will find their way onto social media. Right, what's the group doing here on 17? Fleetwood, Lowry and Westwood. What's your prediction for the group hole score, Warren?
Well, I hope Fleetwood has forgotten what he did on this hole yesterday. Hit it in the trees and spat out to the corner of the dogleg. He was lucky then. This time it's just pure skill.
I'm going 2 under par group score.
Oh, wow, that's brave. I'm going 1.
Oh, reversal of our predictions on the 4th hole, the first par 5 earlier.
Going 1. Westwood to go next. Again, this is a hard fairway because he likes to cut the ball. All the ground slopes left to right, so if you're hitting with a cut and it hits the fairway, just bounce straight into the right-hand rough.
Well, T has moved back a long way over the years, and Lee Westwood not an absolute bomber off the tee, so he has slightly more room to come out to the right than some others. That's exactly what he's done. Sit down, sit down.
Oh, he might have a gap through the
I
tree,
think
look.
if he fires it straight where that cameraman is stood and punches it through there, I think he can chase it up or around the green. So Shane Lowry, 6-5 to make the par, 10-9 on birdie or better. Well, bearing in mind I've said we're going to get a 2 under par total, I think I'm going to back Shane Lowry to be one of those birdies on this hole. Tee shot's good. I think it was last year or before, one of the greatest shots I've seen recorded, just for how cool it looks, was hit by Shane Lowry on this 17th. I don't know if you saw it, he was left. Hit this incredible low, stinging right to left slinger round the corner with a long iron. Great camera work straight down the line. It was a sensational view of a magnificent shot. He's done the first bit required off the 17th tee. Cantus 2-shot lead. 66 today, 11 under par. Peters got in with a 66. Those gold stars there, Fleetwood and Rose, Noren, Willett with a couple of them each. Aaron Rye as well won. That denotes Rolex Series victories. This BMW PGA Championship, of course, is a Rolex Series event. 8,000 Race to Dubai points on offer. Big world ranking points. A huge event for every one of these players, whether it's doing battle in the top spots at the top of the Race to Dubai, forcing your way into the top 60 that make it to the DP World Tour Championship, or just retaining your playing rights for next season.
Didn't Aaron Rye do well there recently in America?
He will have his PGA Tour playing rights.
Yep.
Finished runner-up in the first of the 3 Corn Ferry Tour finals events. Made the cut in the other 2 as well, so very solid. A player who's come a very long way. I know him from back on his days on the PGA Euro Pro Tour, has worked his way up the ladder, had success on the Challenge Tour as well.
Now, can he chip this in for an eagle here, Hatton, on 17? Come on, roll out, roll out, roll out, roll out.
Nearly made you look really good there, Warren. Got a lovely touch.
That's brilliant. What is more important, that birdie gets him to 1 under. That means he is right on the cut line.
Yeah, birdie on 18, and you would think he's safe for the weekend in his title defence here at Wentworth. He's great value to watch, isn't he?
Yes, now 70 players at 1 under or better. So at the moment, certainly doesn't look good for all those players who are in at even par at the moment. As I said, sometimes these things can change.
57 at 2 under as well, so that would have to slide out by about 8 players. So Hovland here, birdie putt, 22 to 1 that it finds the bottom of the cup. 4 to 1 on for the par. Well, he's holed some footage today, over 100 feet.
You know, we were talking about should you watch a player. If you watch someone like Hovland for 2 or 3 holes, found out whether he got the feel on the greens, and then you bet him to hole every putt. Probably the way he holds, you know, if he holds 6 or 7, you'd probably be in being up, because the odds are going to be in your favour.
I think that's a great point. Certainly, if you'd have, even the long putts today, if you'd have put a pound on Victor Hovland to hole every one of his first putts on a green,
you'd be well in.
You'd be well into profit today.
Well into profit. Perhaps we shouldn't tell the bookies that. Give people out there a chance.
Great look back down the fairway, all the fans lining it. Incredible buzz around the tournament this week. Now, Podrick Harrington, he's 1 over par. He has picked up a couple of birdies on this back 9 so far. The rest have been pars. Birdie finish. And he might have some more work to do at the weekend.
Which he would love. Needs this to go in, otherwise he needs an eagle down the last.
It's 20 to 1, it's on its way. It's not going to come back from there. So if he can tidy that up, as Warren says, probably an eagle needed down the last for Podrick Harrington to make it to the weekend. In the Prime, he was playing with, I think it was Tom Holland, the Spider-Man star. And he said if he knocked it onto the green in 2, he was hitting driver from the first cut of rough off the deck, and if he knocked it on, he said he'd give him a Ryder Cup wildcard pick. And he hit a fantastic shot. He very nearly did knock it on. Would have been interesting to see if Podrick would have followed through on that promise if he had knocked it on. I suspect not, but he's an honourable guy.
Do you know the only person out of our 6 that we're watching today who has eagled the 18th in round 2 is Podrick Harrington? And he eagled the hole back in 2006, some time ago, when it wasn't the shape that it is now. So he did it on the old 18th green. Even so, he did make 3. Got a feeling he'd need to do something similar today.
Yeah, the cut might come into 2 under potentially, but I can't really see it slipping to level par unless the rain that we've had forecast for a little later comes in and is particularly heavy and brings some wind with it.
I mean, in their time playing the course here, Harrington, Westwood, Fleetwood and Lowry have all at some time eagled the 18th. So it's certainly on.
Just seen Jamie Donaldson's made an eagle 2 on the 7th. That must have been quite a shot.
Wow.
Well, he was never really in position going down the hole, was he, Victor Hovland, and it is a par. Four under with 1 to play. So has Lee Westwood got the gap that certainly I was hoping for, predicting a 2 under par total for this group?
Well, he's got the gap, but he's got an iron, so obviously trying to hit the low chaser onto the downslope. Not sure with this club he can reach the green.
It's not too far off.
Left himself an awkward pitch there, down in the hollow, in the swale. If it's gone into the rough, be a little bit harder because he won't be able to get much grab.
Yeah, a lot dependent on the lie there for Lee Westwood for his third shot. That's a look back down. Well, you can't see the players where they're hitting their second shots from, which tells you they probably can't see the green either, and it is up over the brow of the hill. 257 yards for Shane Lowry.
Well, he can definitely get home, but that's not good. Where's that gone?
Oh, are they looking in a garden?
They're looking in the hedge.
I hope that's come down.
I don't.
Or come out.
He just stopped on it and the hands flicked right. He just can't believe what he's done there. He just cannot believe he's played that shot. The way Fleetwood is rehearsing this, he's not going to have his hands turning over, but he's just caught the edge of the fairway and the up against the cushion here, which makes it so much harder to get a clean strike on the ball. Very easy to get ahead of it when you're playing this shot.
Asking for it to get left, means it's slightly down the right.
It's just got a bit ahead of it.
A bit straighter than Lee Westwood, so that one you would think will be on the fairway cut in that little runoff area.
Hatton, dogleg left to right. Taking this club to stay short of the left-hand bunkers. Stop.
Oh, and in it goes. That's been a slightly recurring theme for Hatton today. He likes to start it off left, see that fade, bringing it back into the fairway or back towards the pin. And that's the fourth or fifth time. It just hasn't faded as much as he wanted it to.
Well, the problem about that is that's gone up against the face of the bunker. I'm not sure he can carry the ditch from there. So that means he's only going to be able to knock it out about 80 yards. Be a long third.
3-wood as well for Hovland. He certainly has the power to reach that bunker with this club.
Now that's pole position. That is splendid.
Down there, thank you.
It's hard to read Victor Hovland. He always gives it a little lean or looks a bit anxious a lot of the time off the tee, and you think, oh, has he just lost that one? And it lands in the fairway.
Well, it's all a little ungainly, isn't it? It's not a swing of rhythm and grace. You know, it's not like the Big Easy, is it?
No. And it's the big stick for Patrick Harrington, pulling off the Ladybird head cover. Of course, that relates to when his son wanted to fill the claret jug with Ladybirds. And Padraig won the Open Championship, and that's a fantastic tee shot from him as well. Miles down there.
That is miles down there.
That's A1, just a couple of paces short of the ditch.
They weren't with you, were they?
Doesn't get any better than that. So maybe that eagle that he needs to give himself a chance of sneaking into the weekend.
Well, that's about 325, 330 yards he's hit that.
Well, I think Lowry's got a bit lucky here. If it had gone out of bounds, he'd be playing again from where he was. He has found it. It's up the left-hand side.
Tell you, that'll be a bit of a shocker to him. He'll be relieved, but he'll still be in a state of shock right now. Makes this shot a bit harder. Yeah, that's Excellent.
That's a really good shot from where he is. If he can roll that one in, he'll soon forget about the second.
And he got the thumbs up there from Lee Westwood, recognising that was well played. Awkward coming from the rough to a front flag. I wonder what they'll say about that. What did I do there? What was I trying to do? Why did I even... So unlike the way he normally goes through the ball. It just as if he came down halfway, just stopped on it, and the club racked over.
He's been playing so well today, Shane Lowry. Is it best just to forget about and move on from that, not overanalyze it? Just, it's one of those things. It was a bad swing. Let's not get bogged down in it.
Hopefully that you can do that.
Westwood has gone into the thicker rough here, which adds degrees of difficulty to this one.
He's just not happy with that shot, is he? Now he's brought 6 into the equation. That is definitely not what he wanted.
Tommy Fleetwood 11 to 8 on to get up and down from here for his birdie, or even chip it in for that matter. It is birdie or better. 21 to 20. Well, I thought he'd held on to the shorter fairway cut, but that does change things somewhat, that he's playing from the rough that we just saw Lee Westwood play from.
Such a hard shot from down there when you're playing from thick rough. At least the next one for Lee will be on the upslope a little bit, so he can play a little sharp shot, dig it in behind it, play a little pop shot.
Do you know what, if my prediction of 2 under par for the group score on this comes in, we're about to see some pretty special shots.
Yeah.
6 to 4 on for the par. Oh, hello. Oh, go on. We have seen a special shot, Warren. What a shot from Lee Westwood. He hated the first attempt, but that one finds its way into the bottom of the cup for a birdie 4.
Do you know what? This is really odd, isn't it? How 3 of them and 1 of those makes 4. I mean, who would have thunk it? That is just amazing. You know, he could end up now with 3 4s. I mean, it wasn't very well played either. I mean, it was a horrible way he did it. And if he looks back that in terms of textbook technique,
it doesn't matter if it goes in, Warren.
It does not matter if it goes in. You take that all day long.
So I think we can see just above Victor Hovland's head there, that looks like it's probably Tyrrell Hatton's ball, and he has been able to advance it over the ditch and lay up in a pretty good position. This is Hovland's second into the par 5 18th.
Nice to have raw power. And he's got plenty of that and skill. Eagle putt, and who's to say he won't hold that one the way he's been going. And that would be a storming finish. He's got that. If he holds that, be 6 under for the back 9, and he didn't birdie 17.
Tommy Fleetwood for his birdie.
No.
So it's a par, and we find ourselves in one of those situations again, Warren, where you've predicted 1 under, I've predicted 2 under for the group score.
And you've got your man going for the birdie.
We've got a birdie and a par already in. I also backed Shane Lowry to get a birdie before he hit his tee shot.
It's about 10 feet. 9 feet maybe.
And the bookies are on my side now. 6 to 5 on that he holds this. Oh, this will be a a moment, I'd be up out of my chair. Yep, absolutely love it, Shane Lowry.
And once again, you see the smug face of my cohort on my left. Oh, he's so happy about that. He's probably even happier than Shane Lowry right now.
I was just thinking, I think I'm smiling more than Shane Lowry there and Lee Westwood after the chip-in.
Yeah. Now, an absolute bomber of a tee shot. Harrington setting himself up to cut this one into the flag. He was aiming miles left. And he's knocked it in the water. That's almost where he was aiming.
It was a very strange alignment for a millisecond there. He was aiming so far left, I almost questioned whether he was laying it up in my mind.
No.
You absolutely wouldn't lay it up from that far down, so yeah, he was playing for a big old cut, which didn't quite happen.
Now this is a...
What, where's the wind? Him to off the right?
It should be coming here. I see those flies, I'm just going to tell you anyway that way.
Now this is one of those situations.
Yes, I do. Okay.
He's got a wedge in his hand. Pin is back right. You don't want to go long, but you want to make a birdie if you can, absolutely, to guarantee things. You've got to give yourself a chance of a putt.
The odds are on the side of par here, 9-4 on. 23-10 is the birdie. Go chasing it though. If you do miss the green.
Oh, that's very good. That's excellent from Hatton. You don't get to be a winner of the BMW PGA Championship without being able to soak up a bit of pressure. And he's certainly soaked up the pressure on the back nine.
And there's a look at the 18th, Warren. So many shots right to left, but this one requires a left to righter off the tee and for the second.
And there's a lot more room right than you think there is. The trees on the right-hand side tend to make you think you can't afford to cut it too much. So a lot of players aim at the left-hand bunkers, and then they end up in there. You can see the way the water snakes here, short of the green, and meanders away around it on the left-hand side. So it's a very dramatic 18th hole. I think it's a terrific change by Ernie to design this green the way it is. They've had a couple of goes to get the levels right, but now I think they are. And it's a very exciting finishing hole.
Yeah, it's the volatility that it offers. You see your fair share of eagles there. Ross Fisher, even an albatross there last year, but also with that water lurking.
You can make 6-7 in a heartbeat if you get it wrong. So it's a terrific couple of finishing par fives.
Yeah, the tournament is never over until it's over here in the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. 3-wood for Westwood off the tee.
5. 5.
See, just 6-7 yards of curve. He was wanting a bit more, but he'll just about get away with it.
Yeah.
It's okay, but is that going to be a lie that he's going to want to go at the green?
It's a little bit patchy, squirrely there, isn't it?
Yeah, just sitting down too in the grass. Maybe okay.
Yeah, good.
It's not going to affect the wind's not going to affect it.
No, it didn't. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you, please.
For someone like Shane, I think he can aim at the second bunker on the right-hand edge of it and then still play the cut. The far bunker there on the right and then cut it.
Yeah.
You can almost set it out over the top of the trees on the right, but it's such a brave drive to do that because they are quite tall.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, much harder tee shot for Fleetwood because he likes to draw the ball, so he's against his natural shape of a draw. So to cut this one, he's really got to go at it.
No. No. No.
It's a bit straight. And if anything, that curvature is moving right to left.
Yeah.
Come on, Tommy. Hi, Tommy.
Yeah. That's where you you know, you can play with a draw all the way around Wentworth until you come to 18. Harrington taking the drop from the hazard or the penalty area. Knows his race is run. He's not going to be involved at the weekend in terms of his playing ability.
We'll give him a good chance to cast his eye over the leading contenders for a wild card pick for his Ryder Cup team, though. Of course, with so much riding on who wins this tournament potentially or gets a good finish, and those 9 automatic qualifiers changing, the amount of permutations that there are, he's really going to have to convene his war council, his vice captains, and they're going to have to think very quickly and have a lot of plans in place. There's not long after the tournament finishes before he announces those wildcard picks, so if something changes last minute, he's got to have the plan in place for, you know, if this person wins and this person drops out.
You're talking about Harrington.
Yes.
Planning.
Yes. Loves it.
Loves it. He'll have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Imagine the spreadsheets.
Oh.
So Victor Hovland for the grandstand eagle finish. 9-1 that he makes it, 14-1 on that he misses. He's holed plenty of footage today. Warren, does this go in?
I think he may have had his full share up to now. You can't hold them all.
So a correct prediction there from Warren. It won't be an eagle, but it will be a very stress-free tap-in for birdie for Victor Hovland.
Home in 32, 67. 67 with a double bogey and a bogey out there shows you what this lad is capable of, and it's a lot.
5 birdies on the back 9 as well. Yeah, 5 under par for the tournament after the level par opening round yesterday.
And I think it has shown Harrington, well, this is my game, this is how I play. Would you play Hovland in a foursomes? You'd certainly fancy him in 4-ball, match him with almost anyone.
I think at Whistling Straits you do. If we were looking at...
In a foursome?
I think you can, because it's not as tight as Wentworth, and you do need a bit of length around there, and he's got it. Now, I'm not saying he definitely will be in the foursomes, but I think you can be a bit more bullish about playing him in a foursomes on a course like that. Harrington for his par.
It's not been a happy home hole for Harrington, has it?
No, the double bogey yesterday. More than likely a bogey today.
So if he finished with 2 pars on 18, days 1 and 2, he'd probably make the cut.
Yeah, it'd be 1 under par total, so he'd be right there or thereabouts.
Don't think we'll mention that to him when we see him next.
Perhaps not. Well, you can see the bookies think this is almost 50-50 whether it goes in. They're offering 21-20 that it does. 6-4 on the slight favourite, it doesn't.
I'm saying he's going to hole it. I've got a feeling in my water, and I'd be wrong. Can you believe it?
That's 3 birdie putts on the back 9 that he's just left on the high side, and he couldn't believe they didn't take a touch more turn. He hit good putts where he wanted to hit them. They just didn't take as much borrow as he expected.
And I hope for his sake that he does make it in, because at the moment that is only going to be good enough for the mark, and it may not be good enough in the end. At the moment, 58 players in the clubhouse at 2 under. He's tied 59th.
Yeah, 3 under par, 69. 4 birdies on the back 9. It could easily have been 6 or 7.
I think he thinks he's missed. If he gets in, of course, he'd be right on the cut mark. No one has ever won a European Tour event from the cut line. That might be a little thing he might have a try at.
And the Ryder Cup skipper, Podrick Harrington, taps in for his 6. A disappointing finish. It's a 74 to go with yesterday's 72 +2. Sadly, he won't be teeing it up over the weekend, but he will be certainly busy as he crunches the numbers, keeps an eye on the permutations, and ruminates over who will be getting his 3 captains' picks come Sunday evening. So who's winning the hole from here? Sean Lowry, 11 to 10 favourite. He just held on to the fairway. Lee Westwood, 64 from the first cut of rough. Tommy Fleetwood from that left-hand bunker, 16 to 5.
Too much with it, yeah.
Both the other players I'm just hearing have opted to lay up. So Sean Lowry, a strong favourite. Certainly, if this ball lands on the dry surface. Dry but sandy.
Oh, well, that's okay. I mean, that's not a disaster. And the way he normally plays bunker shots, I know he played a really poor one on 15. He can still make 4 from there. So I think that was a shot to nothing for him. Had to really go for that because he was on the fairway. The other 2 weren't. Fleetwood in the bunker. Westwood had a pretty iffy lie, we thought, in the semi-rough, so not surprising both those players laid up.
Yeah, all about the wedge play for Fleetwood and Westwood now. You would think they've got it down far enough just to leave a wedge in.
There's a man creeping up the leaderboard at 6 under par through 13, Sam Horsfield.
Yeah, no one makes more birdies on the European Tour than he.
Yes, see, there could be the outsider that comes in and puts the cat amongst the pigeons.
Nikolai Højgaard. What about back-to-back for the young Dane? It would be 3 in a row for Højgaard twins if he could do it.
Oof.
Powerful finish from him today. 5 birdies in the last 7 holes to shoot 67, 7 under par total, right there in contention again.
I wonder when they will both make a Ryder Cup side. Because I think they will.
They're going to be good when they grow up, aren't they?
Yeah. They'll be very good when they grow up. Yeah,
absolutely phenomenal. And a couple of Danes in the Solheim Cup team that was victorious recently as well. Nana Madsen, Emily Pedersen. So buoyant times for Danish golf.
Yes, seems like an interesting time for family golf. What about the Corder sisters?
So 15 to 8 on is the favourite here for Tommy Fleetwood. That would be a par. That's down in 3 from this position. We saw from Tyrrell Hatton knocking a wedge in close is one thing, but there's a fair bit of movement around where that hole is cut, Warren.
Yeah, I think with the
even with a 60, I mean.
Hear what he says.
Behind it.
I think with the number of really good shots he's played in from the fairway, I think this is going to be all over the flag here.
So you're going birdie or better.
Fiddly, eh?
I hit that 90 shot the other day, didn't I? And I think it's just a bit more than that.
When was that?
16.
Yeah. 100. Now we played no wind. 195, don't you? Not sure. 1 pound stiff.
Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't even play the wind. If you're going to use that club, play the 0. Just keep it down a little. Just keep it up there. 100 pin, yeah.
Yeah.
Just in between clubs for him here. So he played back on 16, a shot. Thinks it's a little more than that.
So even with that, are you still backing 19 to 10?
Yep. Oh, he's outthought himself. Yeah. Right line, wrong strength. Yeah, sometimes you could just not fall for you, just be in the wrong spot.
It's a very similar position for Lee Westwood, also 19 to 10 to make the birdie. Did he learn anything from watching Tommy Fleetwood come up a little bit short?
At least this one is full shot. Go at it with a foolish swing, 3/4 little gap wedge. Yeah.
It's another one of those sort of mid-range putts for Lee Westwood for birdie. We've seen so many of them today. He's been playing solidly, decently, but perhaps not quite giving himself enough really makeable birdie opportunities. But if he can roll that one in on 18, he will be back-to-back 70s for a 4 under par total.
But the experience there showing enormously. He was outside the cut line with 9 to play. He didn't panic, he's just played along at his normal pace, carried on playing his own game. He's 3 under par so far for this back 9, so he's now 3 under for the tournament. You say he's got the putt for 4 under. So he's, without trying to force it, he's just patient, waited for a few good things to happen. Of course, all turned around on the last when he chipped in for the unexpected 4, but he was, by that stage, still inside the cut line.
Well, a drop shot there, which it could easily have been, and 18's a whole different proposition. But he took the pressure off by making that chip in, and it's 13 to 8 on. Shane Lowry gets up and down for the birdie.
Yeah, or what about the hold bunker shot? Just needs to flop it out and let the slope do the rest.
I'm inclined to angle towards 13 to 10 for the par.
Not his best. Okay, good shot, but
he has putted well today, though.
Yeah.
It's a great setup around the 18th green these days. Hospitality flanking the left-hand side. That super grandstand will be absolutely packed to the rafters come Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Around behind the green, the fans up the right-hand side. So Lowry, 6 feet 4 inches after coming out of that bunker. Westwood, 16 feet 1, and it's 26 feet, just under 27 feet for Fleetwood, and coming up that tier, it's going to be very slow in the early part of it. Can he get this one to the hole on the right line? And a 12 to 1 on that he misses. Good pace, but always just on the low side. Fleetwood taps in. He'll be 5 under par for the tournament. 6 back of Laurie Cantor, the leader as things stand. Still very much in this. 16 to 5 for Westwood to hold this one. Oh, Hatton left a similar length putt, but the ball was slightly further up the green. He left that on the high side.
So much better with this putting grip than the regular one that he had for most of his career. Releases the putter better down through the line, and how about that?
And that is a super way to finish. The chip in for birdie on 17. That curling putt finding the bottom of the cup for a birdie finish. 33 on the back nine, 70 total. And as you say, Warren, great experience. great skill to fight back from looking like it was touch and go whether he'd be here over the weekend, to get in the clubhouse at 4 under par through 36 holes.
Yeah, so he's definitely still got chances.
I've just seen Joachim B. Hansen has made an ace, a hole-in-one on the 10th. So he's going along very nicely. 4 under today, 7 under total. A moment to savour for the Dane. We were talking about how good Danish golf is at the moment. Hole-in-one for Joachim Hansen. Lowry from 6 feet to finish with a birdie and get to 8 under par.
Yeah, second hole-in-one of the day too, as Ronan Langast. He holed out on 10 much earlier on, so 2 hole-in-ones so far today.
We've come close ourselves. I thought we might see one in our coverage. There's still time, but we've seen some fantastic golf from Shane Lowry today. 66. Looks like he's on his way to booking his ticket to Whistling Straits, and perhaps, after playing well at Wentworth in the past, getting his hands on the trophy here. Tommy Fleetwood taps in for his par, a 5 under par total. A couple of pars to finish, a little disappointing for him there, but 68, a very good day's work.
Yeah, Lowry had a good start last year, didn't he? 67, 65, but he won't want the 74 or 73 that he closed out with, so hopefully he's learnt from that.
So that brings an end to the live golf on the European Tour Betcast. Well, Lowry is now the 15-2 favourite to win. Kiradek Aphibarnrat 10 under par through 8 holes. Oh, he's 13-2. Rory Cantor is the man in possession of the lead at the moment, though. 66 today, same as Zanotti, Peters and Shane Lowry, who we've seen. That takes Cantor to 11 under, 1-shot lead. Aphibarnrat still out on the course, 10 to play. Marcus Armitage as well. He got his maiden European Tour win. He's 6 under on the day, 4 holes to play. We've seen he can have a spectacular finish. Thank you for joining us on the European Tour Betcast live from the BMW PGA Championship. We'll see you again tomorrow.